ICOM Simulations, Inc. Sherlock Holmes, Consulting Detective, Volume 1. Peter Farley as Sherlock Holmes and Warren Green as Dr. Watson. The case of the mummy's curse. The case of the mystified murderess. The case of the tin soldier. Fascinating music. The game is afoot. Is it? I thought it was a hand.
London is not a beautiful city. Under the soot that covers its buildings is a teeming mass of 4 million souls trying to survive, mostly off of each other. We see it in the paper every day. Thankfully, we have the London Times to keep us informed of all these troubling activities with an unbiased eye and razor-sharp accuracy. We find this publication to be of invaluable assistance in our investigations, and I'm sure you will as well. Among the forces of evil which run rampant in this city, there are also, thankfully, 2 groups of individuals who will aid us in our cause. As we do, they attempt to right wrongs and restore harmony and civility to the streets of London. The first of these groups is a ragtag association of young ruffians. I call them the Baker Street Irregulars. Don't let them fool you. They may be scruffy and ill-bred, but they are on the right side of the law.
I know.
They can go everywhere, see everything, and overhear everyone. They are my eyes and ears in the streets of London, unquestionably a tremendous asset in our work. They will help us in our investigations if they can. The other group is a far more civilized collection of gentlemen and institutions. I call them the Baker Street Regulars. They, too, will be extremely useful in our work. At the start of any investigation, do keep in mind that it is a capital mistake to theorize before one has data. Unwittingly, one begins to twist facts to suit theories instead of theories to suit facts. The people and places to whom I will now introduce you will help us to collect the facts. May we use them wisely. Come, the game's afoot.
Cool. O'Brien, Police, Ellis, Murray, Shinwell, Hall, Pike, Hogg, Meek. There's something wrong with Shinwell's face, I would have to say.
Head Clerk Disraeli O'Brien is your contact in the Office of Records. The Office of Records contains legal records, both criminal and civil, as well as state papers. I think you'll find O'Brien to be a walking, or should I say sitting encyclopedia of the office's affairs. Ah, Scotland Yard. If the Yard knew how to examine evidence with any skill, there would be no need for our services. Inspector Lestrade is the pick of a bad lot. But it is true they may be a source of valuable information. After all, the professional police have methods for gathering facts that are not open to us.
What about Gregson? Is he there too? I know the books. Hey, love this game. I've never played these consulting detective games. That's why I have them installed, so I can get to play them. So I decided to have some fun, and here we are.
Mr. Henry Ellis is the foreign news editor for the London Times. He is a great reservoir of information of what's happening on the continent. He also has an interest in crime news. Ellis is always happy to help when he can, but you must be careful of what you tell him, or you might find what you've confided to him in the next day's Times.
I think he's seen at least one of the stories. I haven't read the Sherlock Holmes in ages. I actually wonder where my Sherlock Holmes book is. I have a big green book that has all of the main stories in them. I also did have the Hound of Baskerville, Last Bow, I don't know the other stories that names escape me currently.
Porky is not a pillar of society, I dare say, but he is a man who has learned from his mistakes and is trying to start a new life. Although he is no longer in prison, he is still behind bars, or shall I say, a bar.
Jolly good one, Holmes.
Yes, Watson. Well, the bar in question is the Raven and Rat Inn. Porky is the proprietor. He has been of great help to us in the past, and I expect he will continue to be in the future.
A Study in Scarlet. That's the first story, pretty much.
This gentleman is the head chemist at Scotland Yard Criminology Laboratory. It is rumored that Murray lives in the lab. He is eternally bent over one of his tables trying to extract the history of a crime from the physical evidence he's been given. You can learn much from old HR if you can follow the twists and jumps of his thinking.
Dude, you're an absolute chemist master, Sherlock. Why would we need this dweeb?
Edward Hall is a young barrister whom you will find on most days at the Old Bailey. He's a cut above the other unimaginative members of his profession.
Holmes, don't you think you should explain to them the difference between a barrister and a solicitor?
Yes, of course, Watson. A solicitor handles the routine legal business of our society. If you do not have to go before a court, you will have no need for a barrister. If you must go before a court, then your solicitor would engage the services of a barrister.
I see. So that's the difference. Thank you for telling me.
Now here is a person who usually gets in the last word. Langdale Pike is a human reference work on social scandal, especially on the London scene. He contributes bits of gossip to the garbage papers that cater to an inquisitive public.
Also, I've noticed that there's somebody missing from the list of people that Sherlock has trusted in the past. Where's your brother Mycroft?
Quentin Hogg is a crime reporter for the Police Gazette. He is an ex-police inspector who found the environment of Scotland Yard less than stimulating. He has a strong deductive mind and is a very good resource. Sir Jasper is the chief medical examiner for St. Bartholomew's Hospital. He is London's greatest forensic pathologist. You can depend on him for all the technical details that can be obtained from any corpse whose cause of death is in question. This is a records office housing documents pertaining to births, marriages, deaths, and last wills and testaments. If I can't find something in my own files, I go and examine the overflowing shelves of the great London Library. It is a wealth of information.
The candle is nothing? No. Alright. Shall we start a case?
What rubbish! What balderdash!
You must have had something terribly disturbing, Watson, for you to be so overwrought this early in the morning.
Indeed, Holmes. It's irresponsible of the Times to play upon people's superstitions.
Ah, you must be referring to the affair of the mummy's curse.
Has the entire city in an uproar. 3 men dead, and they expect us to believe that the 4,000-year-old mummy was the murderer. I'm surprised you haven't taken some interest in this case, Holmes.
To the contrary, my dear Watson. I have made some inquiries, because I dare say I do believe this murderer is a much younger chap.
But it could be the pharaoh, you know, when you open up a 4,000-year-old tomb, who knows what kind of bad air there is, and when you breathe it in. But this being Sherlock Holmes, I'm sure there's somebody who has just murdered 3 people. Worst loot box ever. Mummy dust. Not to mention what kind of bacteria still could be living there. So it's just poisonous air. Wiggins? Is that you? So how does this actually work? I should have read the instructions, shouldn't I? Score 0. Ah, the instructions.
If you need help, all you have to do is ask.
Thank
And
you.
this, dear player, is the place to do exactly that.
So this is traveling.
Choose this horse and carriage after you have chosen your destination from either your notebook or the directory. It will take you where you want to go.
It's interesting how differently Watson is depicted by each director of each visible medium there. I would say that the best Watson is in the Sherlock Holmes movies that you see in Rift Tracks with Basil Rathbone. That's his name, Rathbone. No, Basil Rathbone. The best Watson in those because he is an absolute imbecile. Like seriously, they make Watson the bumbling fool. Like he's just the comic sidekick. And also ban again. 1 hour and 15 minutes, you should get it going already. Better be there early than too late, man. Just saying.
When you believe you have directed Holmes to all of the right and proper places, and you have enough information to name the murderer and the motive, choose this icon.
Ah.
Choosing this icon puts a notebook at your fingertips. I believe you'll find that your notebook is your greatest detective tool. Use it to keep track of names and places that you believe you might want to investigate. When you do decide upon a person to question or a place to research, first go to your notebook, choose the appropriate name, then choose the horse and carriage. You will be off and running. Because the Baker Street regulars are often critical to solving a case, I've included them in your notebook. Use them wisely.
Hey there, Parse Still. The actual board game of this is really cool. That's what Eldridge said. I think Eldridge said that they have it.
The Baker Street irregulars are an untidy bunch of young street boys who happen to be on the proper side of the law. They have an undeniable knack for bringing back priceless bits of information in a fraction of the time it would take Holmes or myself. When you want to summons them, first choose the destination from your notebook or the directory, then choose the irregulars. In no time at all, they will return with whatever details they were able to unearth. This gives you access to the London directory. In it, you will find everyone you need to query in your attempt to solve these cases. The directory is also the source for your notebook. Simply choose a name or place in the directory and drag it over into your notebook for easy reference. You may also use the directory much like your notebook. First, choose your intended destination, then choose the horse and carriage, and you'll have another way to get from one place to the next. Mr. Holmes' files provide a wealth of information that he has been collecting over the years. Some of it is quite pertinent to the various cases, and some of it offers simply a fascinating and informative sidelight. When you want to access the files, first choose the destination from your notebook or the directory, then choose here when you want to see what relevant information Holmes might already have at hand.
Body found in the Thames. Read it in the Times.
Holmes has always claimed that the newspaper is a treasure of information when one can read between the lines. When you are ready to consult the Times, you may of course have a look at your paper copy or simply choose here for a close-up view.
All right.
What rubbish!
What balderdash. Okay. So. Births, marriages, deaths. Miscellaneous. Dr. Sari's elixir, look for it, developed by acclaimed physician Yule B. Sari. Sari is the Finnish word for island. That's a Finnish last name. Fascinating. New Polar Expedition. What day is today, even?
Well, well, if it isn't Mr. Sherlock Holmes, London's most overly praised amateur sleuth, needing the help of the Yard again.
Are you
Amateur
going to stand
sleuth.
for that, Holmes?
Let's just see who proceeds to solve this case, Watson. Inspector Lestrade, my good man, I'm looking into the cause of James Windibank's death.
I should have known. That murder has brought out every crank in the city. I think the professional police can wrap this one up.
All the same, could you tell us what you've discovered to date?
One dead archaeologist, no suspect, no motive.
And what of Andrew Weatherby's death? Have you looked into that?
I have talked to Captain Ramsey, but we have no leads. Look, I'm not even sure that Weatherby's murder falls into our jurisdiction. And if it doesn't, you're not going to find me worrying about it. As it is, I have enough murders to take care of.
Weatherby. Nope, not here. Get back.
What rubbish!
What rubbish. Weatherby Andrew. Nothing on file. Personal and blah blah blah. Harold, same time next week. Waterloo. Napoleon wandered. Waterloo. So much text. Holy crap. How am I supposed to find anything around here? Duke of Wellington's birthplace. I know it's only 2 pages, but still. Jesuits in Canada. Span. Capture of a slaver. The Volunteers. Disasters at sea. Have fun at the movies, but I can... Oh, that's a skip button. I thought it was full screen. The nice thing about Detective is that the computer uses set up as a criminal database, so it lets you feel like you're in a modern detective show, much the same way digging through papers makes you feel like a Victorian one. Quite a lovely lady is such a tiny purchase. I was asking about Andrew, not Clarissa.
I'm very sorry to intrude on you in your moment of grief.
Oh, that's quite all right. You know, Andrew and I hadn't been married very long.
Long enough to know if you had any enemies?
Oh, Andrew was so unassuming. Everyone liked him.
Including Mr. Urubaru?
Urubaru?
I really loved my husband.
I'm sure you did. Oh, English toffee. My favorite.
Would you like one?
Please.
Sorry, you'll have to open this yourself. I've never been any good with these things.
Hey, Zelda. Anthony Urubaru. This guy sure smelled a whiskey.
If this is an inconvenient time, perhaps I could come back, Mr. Urubaru.
I wouldn't hear of it. Just a bit of a hangover. I've weathered plenty worse than this.
So
I'm
I did smell of
investigating the
whiskey.
death of Andrew Weatherby. You were on the ship with him out of Cairo. Did you happen to make his acquaintance?
Weatherby, a most tedious fellow.
So tedious, one might want to do him in.
Don't be preposterous. In my condition, I couldn't have done anything of the sort.
What condition was that?
And I thought you were a great detective. The first night out, a few of us threw a bit of a bash that went on until we docked in London.
Did Mrs. Weatherby attend this particular bash?
She was the guest of honor, you might say.
I see. And also, he's not a detective, he's a consulting inspector or an investigator. Not a detective. That would mean that he would be in the police force, which he is not. He's private. You could say that he's a private investigator, but he's a consultor for the Scotland Yard. Yes, I am that anal when it comes to proper terms and facts and details. Ramsey was the other one that was mentioned.
We had just come through a rather grueling storm, so I sent my first officer, Luther Tenney, down into the hold to check on the condition of the cargo. He reported back post-haste that Mr. Weatherby was lying dead among the Egyptian artifacts we were transporting. I turned over the helm to Tenney and went below to have a look for myself.
And did what you see confirm Teddy's report?
Unfortunately, yes. Weatherby was lying next to that coffin, or whatever it's called, apparently
Sarcophagus.
strangled. I went back to the bridge and put Tenney in charge of the investigation.
And what did he uncover?
Well, you'll have to ask him for the specifics, because I can scarcely recall the details.
Tenney. Luther.
Let me tell you, a murder, even by a 4,000-year-old mummy, was only one odd thing in a string of bad luck on this voyage.
What sort of bad luck?
All started with the crew, really. Seamen are a rather superstitious lot to begin with, and the idea of carrying about a 4,000-year-old mummy had them shivering in their timbers.
He said
We
seamen.
almost faced a bloody mutiny. Then there were the passengers, a strange lot. I can tell you that reporter fellow, Travis, did us no service at all with his mystic mumbo-jumbo. He and Professor Winterbank had a regular war of words going on about whatever powers this mummy was supposed to have. And there was the two Arabs.
Arabs? Interesting. Do you recall their names?
I should hope I do. One was called Farmy. He always carried around this curious little box. No clue what was in it, but Farmy never let it out of his sight. The other one's name was Al Sard, and he spent most of his time lurking about watching Farmy. My guess is he wanted that box.
Sounds like you had your hands full.
I haven't even told you about the fight yet between Mr. Weatherby and Mr. Urubaru.
Over what?
Weatherby's wife, I'd say, though they were a tight-lipped lot about it.
I see.
Spicy.
Tell me, Lieutenant, we understand that you were the first person to discover the bobby.
Yes, sir, I was. Captain Ramsey sent me down to inspect the hold. And I went immediately over to them Egyptian crates. Professor Winterbank was particularly anxious about him, you know.
Could you describe the scene as you remember it?
I'll never forget it. I just made my way to the back of the hold, and I noticed at the top of them crates, the one what carried the mummy's coffin was raised up, kind of funny like. The coffin lid was laid off to one side, and there was Mr. Weatherby, all sprawled on the floor next to a bowl of ashes. He'd been strangled by a length of the mummy's sheeting.
Vampires.
It was bloody gruesome, I tell you. Poor bloke's eyes popped out like a couple of sausages on a hot iron skillet.
Quite a vivid picture, don't you agree, Holmes?
Quite. And you reported this to Captain Ramsey straight away?
Absolutely. In fact, the captain put me in charge of the entire investigation.
And what did you discover? Did anybody have any contact with Weatherby on the night of the murder?
Not that I know of. I could account for all the crew. The passengers were in their cabins as far as anyone knew or would say. Nobody saw anything, heard anything, or knew anything. Besides, Weatherby was seasick from the beginning. He stayed pretty much in his cabin all the time. Maybe that's why the lovely young Mrs. Weatherby was gallivanting about.
With Urubaru?
Yes, indeed.
And what of the bowl? Where is it now?
The bowl?
With the ashes.
Oh, yes. You know, now that you mention it, I don't recall ever seeing it again.
The thought plickens. Windy Bank. That's the name that they kept saying. Caught the missus at home. She says the chap who wrote the newspaper stories about the mummy of yours was one of Windy Bank's old students.
James was so thrilled when Dr. Turnbull invited him to join the expedition. He felt he had spent his entire life reading books about archaeology, and now was finally getting an opportunity to go out into the field.
Tell me, Mrs. Winterbank, when your husband returned, did he discuss the deaths of his colleagues?
Of course. James was extremely upset. I know he did not believe a curse to be responsible. My husband was a man of science.
Did you catch that, Zelda? The opera singing there? I wonder which opera it's from. It just sounded somebody was just going up and down and up and down. It's like, that's not from an opera. It's just somebody wailing in the background. Ebenezer Turnbull. Mr. Holmes, sending us there was a real waste of time. Well, I'm sorry there, Wiggins. Or Wilkins.
Dr. Turnbull, he was a strange one, he was. Hardly ever at home, always traipsing about to Lord knows where.
May I take a look at his things?
Oh, suit yourself. All he had is a big pile of books about Egyptian mummies and a few maps. He was a son of an earl, he was. Though you hardly tell from looking at him, poor fellow. Do you really think this mummy thing's what's done him in? Creepy, I says.
Son of an earl? The third son of the Earl of Downey, at the age of 6, he discovered Roman ruin on the family's country estate. It is believed that he continues to work at it to this day. He has led a number of archaeological excursions, notably several to Luxor-Karnak area, where he has made some significant. May have some significant what? There's no page 2. Or I'm missing something. Made some significant. Good to know. Abdullah al-Swad. I think that's the other one mentioned. By Tenny. Sorry, Gov, no one's at home.
Well, Holmes, I checked in with Mr. Al-Sad's manservant and...
And you discovered that Mr. Al-Sad was not at home.
But however did you know that?
Elementary, my dear Watson. I noticed some crumpet crumbs from the corner bakery stuck to your lapel. You haven't been gone long enough to stop for tea and interview anyone at length.
Most observant.
Most observant. Farmy. No, but I was at home, but I smell a rat.
Hello? Is anyone there?
I see a knife in the back.
Apparently so, Watson. Look.
Oh, what ghastly business. Everyone will assume the mummy has struck again.
Hardly a plausible assumption. This poor fellow has a knife in his back and not a scrap of sheeting about his neck.
How very observant, Holmes.
Ring up Scotland Yard. This case is simple enough for them to solve.
You've solved it already?
Elementary, my dear Watson. Obviously, it was the butler.
Butler? What butler?
Exactly my point. A man as wealthy as Akram Farmi would always have a manservant about him. After the foul deed, this one obviously beat a hasty retreat.
Are we really going with the route of the butler did it? Well, Farmy did, yo. And Al-Sad is missing. Nothing on file. Native of Saudi Arabia, intensely interested in medieval artifacts, particularly of the precious nature. Not anymore, he's got something precious on his back.
Sorry, fellows. I don't mean to be brusque, but I am too occupied at the moment to concern myself with these so-called mummy murders. Perhaps if the mummy's solicitor were to contact me, then perhaps I would consider defending him.
It's quite amusing, all this hoopla over a mummy's curse, I must say. Not so amusing, of course, the murder of 3 Englishmen.
Have any of your reporters uncovered anything new?
Actually, I've been in Paris the past several weeks. Just returned to London on Tuesday. I've had no involvement with the writing of any of these articles. I believe they are all the work of Philip Travis. He's one of our young reporters. For a short time, he was the Egyptian correspondent.
Was he sacked?
No. He returned to London just a few days ago. I gather he was reassigned to cover the case from here because he had some familiarity with the murder in Egypt.
Do you know Travis?
No, never actually met the chap, although I hear he's a bit of an odd duck.
Thanks for your help, Henry.
Anytime. Let me know when you catch the mummy. That's one scoop I'd like to get.
Well, Sherlock didn't mention a gardener. So it has to be the butler. This guy is a loony. Let's
so
go.
you've been reading my articles in the Times. I'm honored. What do you think of them?
Quite interesting. You've clearly been following the murders quite closely. Who do you suspect?
I believe it is the work of the ancient Egyptian god Pumatef and his goddess Neith.
Be serious.
I couldn't be more serious. You see, Mr. Holmes, although I am a journalist, I was actually trained as an Egyptologist. I know all about these mysteries. That's why my articles carry the force of truth.
And what is the truth, Mr. Travis?
The truth is that the Egyptians discovered the secret of life. What we call science is mere child's play compared to the knowledge they had. Look at this. Do you know what this is?
It appears to be a mummified animal of some sort, a monkey perhaps?
Precisely.
Quite a conversation piece.
I've been using it in some very important experiments which, if successful, will unlock the secret for bringing back the souls of the dead. I've been working on it, Mr. Holmes, using these tanner leaves. Watch. Uma Lotus. Licantina. Burura.
It appears that the soul of this particular monkey has no intention of making a reappearance.
It's only a matter of time. I know it is. After all, these secrets have been buried for thousands of years. These things don't happen overnight. But it will happen someday. This is my mission.
I believe I'll leave you to your work, Mr. Travis.
Don't go yet. Let me show you more.
Thank you. Some other time, perhaps.
Yeah, I think we've had enough of your craziness, mister. You're right there, Higgins. It's complete loony. Freaking Looney Tunes over here. Hmm. Test.
What the fuck?
Everything okay there, Lord John?
Now, the thing what does strike me as odd is the passenger list of the Eastern Empress. Now, I'm not saying it has anything to do with the mummy murders, mind you, but it was a bit out of the ordinary.
What was Hogg?
Akram Palmi, for starters. He's a well-known importer, he is. For a price, a considerable price by all accounts, he can acquire whatever one's heart desires, be it jewels, art objects, or even wild animals, if that's what you fancy. I'd say he was on board that ship to transport something very valuable.
The presence of one high-powered importer on a London-bound vessel is hardly reason for suspicion.
Right-o. But Abdullah al-Saud was also on board.
Oh, yes. The well-known agent for the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire.
You never miss a trick, do you, Holmes? Well, whatever it was what Fahmy was carrying, I'd say it was something those Turks wanted to get their hands on.
And I think they already have it because Fahmy's dead. Nothing on file. But Sherlock just said something important about him. What did you use the WTF when you left the weird guy and mobile said no chat? Ah. The mobile app being a SAP, so to speak. Let's take a break from using our brain for a while. Let's go to Soy Munch. We need kitty cats to look at. Kitties, titties, and food. For a moment, it sounded like I was gonna play Jamiroquai or something. There's Gabriel. Yet again, being the engine. Gabriel, the train engine.
Totes adorbs.
Well, there's a butthole. Peach in there. These two have seen you, and they're happy to see you. That's the way to see them. There is a cat book. But there is mostly, I do remember a lot of their names. Like that there, that's Quicksilver. That's that one is Shadow. With Gabriel there, that is Snowball. And the one showing the butthole is Peach. And this guy... Spots, maybe? I don't remember those three. There's 4 similar types. And this one has those stripes on their tail. So it's either Spots or... Speckles. See? Can't remember all of them, yeah, but his name is Speckles. There's Fred. But yeah, this shows when I've seen the first, or rather, the last time I've seen them or they've been around here. And their names. See, there's Gabriel. There's my boy Socks. And also, you have albums for them all, so you take pictures and you can put them in the album. Of various situations with the kitty cats. Socks is my boy. I don't know why, but I like him the most. A black cat with those digits being white. His legs, his tip of his tail, his ears. It's just adorable to the max. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be right back. I shall return! Return. Just needed to wash my eye a little bit. I gotta say that this Sherlock Holmes game is fascinating. Time to get my food. Good thing I didn't need to go too far for the food. could use more ketchup. Fried eggs and curly fries. Nice. There. Ketchup has been applied. You know, I was expecting that the Australian, The Adventures of Down Under Dan to be actually fun, but woohoo, boy was I wrong. Best part in the song. Hey, you found them! Yeah, I took your advice and that's what came out. It's perfect. It worked out so well making those three emotes together. Or separately, but they work together so well. Never played the original Ikari, only Victory Road. I'm sorry that you had to experience that. I gotta love it. I was looking at the Adventures of Down Under Dan, and all the screenshots that I see of the game are taken probably the first 15 to 20 minutes of the gameplay. And I see 3 more deaths that we didn't witness. Like when we go to that mine, you can die several different times there too.
Join our cursed forces together, and together we can rule the world.
Hey there, Fuzzy. Thanks for the raid. Welcome to Soy Munch. And soon we're gonna go back to being Sherlock Holmes. I don't know yet. It will happen. Just don't know when. By the way, Fuzzy. For years I've had the plan of streaming Chrono Trigger. You've inspired me to play Chrono Trigger after I'm done with the Shadows Over Loathing. It's Chrono Trigger time, baby. I know, Lord John. I actually have it on ScumVM. Times of law. Doesn't have the same as lands of law. I gotta say, if I had early on had a PC, and if I had this game, I definitely would have played it because big fan of Sherlock Holmes. Pretty much the only Sherlock Holmes game that I ever played was The Case of the Serrated Scalpel, which is a really good game on its own. But I missed out on so much because I never had a PC until 2001. So I missed out on the DOS era except at school or at my friend's place. It's the one that is fully animated, like pixel art, like many other games at that time, but highly detailed and really well done. Kind of a tough game too, because you really need to think about what clues to get and how to get them. Don't you just love that this really grungy C64 drone? So pleasing to my ears. Yep, this is Times of Lore. You can see the ticker right there, right above it. Hey, bottom. Yeah, man, it has a lot of good stuff, especially Whizball. Whizball, Rambo, First Blood Part 2, Miami Vice, Arkanoid. Lots of classics. Oh yeah, Short Circuit as well. Microprose Soccer, Ocean Loader 1, Parallax. Well, Parallax is... Kong Strikes Back, Game Over, Comic Bakery. Rastan is Galway? I don't have any Rastan here. I wonder why not. No, I don't think it's him who made Rastan. Let me check. I can easily go check from my playlist. Well, not playlist, but my files. C64. Sort by album. Yeah, Geron Tell sounds more accurate for Rastan. We'll soon find out. Can I find rest down here? It is Galway, okay. So for some reason I don't have any rest and music then. Maybe I didn't find any rest then to add. Yeah, I don't see rest and anywhere for me. I mean, the title theme for Rastan is pretty cool. Should add that. I'll have to find it and add it. Because it's worth it. Maybe it's Maybelline. Rastan is a real head turner after all. Gotta love it that there are so many games on the C64 where the best part of it is the music. One such that comes to mind immediately from Galway is Miami Vice. The theme song and the 11.5 minutes of music. It's a lot of Rob Hubbard that goes into that category, that the music is great, the game is not. I don't remember the wilderness music. That's why I need to find Rastan so I can hear all the tunes again. Because I really thought I had Rastan. Speaking of Rob Hubbard. I really thought I had some Rastan music. Maybe I have the Amiga version of it? That might be the case. Oh, wait a minute, I can't have the Rastan Amiga music. I haven't gotten it yet. Still working on getting more Amiga music to the playlist. I'm currently at letter... Which letter am I on? N. I've gone through letter N. So next would be O, and then I'm close to R. But first I should get their rest and find that. There is Rastan. Why didn't I download it? Thank you, Monsieur Aberde, for the music. Let's listen to a little bit of Rastan music. And it does say Martin Galway. The track is actually called Aggressive World. Just letting you know that it's called Aggressive World. And yes, I already have it now. Yeah, they do have actual names. And some are just like a BGM number 1, BGM number 2. Or with games like Ski or Die or Skate or Die, it's the level. Like with Ski or Die, it's Downhill Blitz or Inner Tube Thrash. Yeah, it is Rastan Musics. He's Wilfman. My name is Wilfman, Cocotoni Wilfman. That would be an interesting character name. Coco Tony Wilfman. Bad movies, Specky. It's a bad movie night. So you better get there. We're gonna watch hilariously bad movies tomorrow. Yep, we're going with full riff mode tomorrow. Everybody can be on the microphone and just riff the movies apart. I actually have a couple of... I have one that I am going to show, but then I have two which I haven't yet decided which one I'm going to show. Either it's going to be... The other one is a ninja movie, and the other one is like a fantasy movie. And both are great in their awfulness. I just don't know which one to show. Or I could go the route that I'll show in those two instead of the one that I had in mind. You know, sometimes it's just juggling movies and then those two. Maybe I should roll a dice or spin a wheel or something with those choices. See which ones win. I could roll a d6. And the opposites, correspond to one movie. So it would be 1 and 6, 3 and 4, 2 and 5. That usually works, because it's 3 choices. I have a D20 right in here. This is what I use for the voice mod. My D20. Number 17. British Museum. We should go there because of Mummy.
Windibank's body was found in the mummy's case.
Inside it?
Precisely. One of the guards, Henry Witherspoon, discovered it when making his rounds. He noticed that the lid was askew and a hand was sticking out of it. By the look on his face when he came to summons me, he must have thought that the mummy was attempting to leave its resting place. Some of the guards have been a bit on edge, you know, since the stories about Dr. Turnbull's death.
What happened when you arrived at the scene?
Witherspoon assisted me in removing the lid, and there was the body of James Windibank. Around his neck was a bandage of linen.
And the mummy was missing?
No, it was in there too. Underneath poor Windibank, completely undisturbed, not a length of its sheeting unraveled.
Who had access to the exhibit room?
Well, the room was officially closed yesterday while we set up the exhibit, but the museum was open and we took no extraordinary precautions to keep people out.
Can you think of anyone who might have wanted to kill Windibank?
None at all. I actually didn't know him very well. He did work for the museum, you see. He was with the London University. The university and the museum were joint sponsors of the Ketterbeck expedition.
Mr. Johnson, can you think of anything whatsoever that might shed some light on this affair?
No. I'm very sorry. I can't think of a thing. I only hope that all this publicity doesn't keep people away from the exhibit.
I'm just wondering, some visitors in another hall like, could you speak louder? I'm not really catching what you're echoing into here. Murder, you say? Let's see the university.
Such a tragedy. Fine men all and such outstanding scholars. I still can't quite get over the shock of it.
We understand.
Professor, we're looking for background information on these 3 men so that we can understand how their murders might tie together.
Well, let me begin with Dr. Turnbull. Ebenezer Turnbull was responsible for organizing the Ketterbeck expedition. Quite
what
a
about Lara
remarkable
Croft?
man, really.
Eldritch.
This was the first time he teamed up with James Windibank. Professor Windibank was one of our most popular lecturers. In fact, several of his former students were also eager to accompany him. I recall him saying that he was having difficulty choosing. Weatherby turned out to be the lucky one. Though it seems far from it now, doesn't it? I suppose Smith and Travis turned out to be the lucky ones after all.
Smith and Travis?
Peter Smith accepted the invitation to join another expedition. As for Philip Travis, he was quite keen on accompanying Professor Windibank. In fact, he became exceedingly upset when Andrew Weatherby, a postgraduate student in the department, was chosen instead. Took it rather personally, I should say.
Yeah, but she is a treasure hunter, archaeologist. Laura Bow is just a journalist. There's the connection. Okay. So let's go see the Smith and Travis people. Sewage Manure Company. I think you should change your name. J.A. Smuts.
Sorry I can't help you, Ducky, but Mr. Smith has been out of the country since the middle of March. He's a good-looking bloke, except for the dirt under his fingernails.
All right.
So you've been reading my articles in the Times.
All right, Travis is the crazy guy. Right.
I'm very sorry to intrude on you in your moment of grief.
Oh, that's quite all right.
Yeah, we had that conversation already. Let's go to the library, see what we can find.
Here it is, Holmes. Egyptian mummies are embalmed bodies preserved to facilitate their resurrection. Many mummies have been found, and they are almost always the bodies of pharaohs. The pharaohs believed that one day their bodies would be brought back to life. See History of Egyptian Mummies by Pettigrew, London, 1834.
Very good, Watson.
You know how to read, Watson. Very good.
Beg your pardon, but could I have a word with you, Sir Jasper?
Dr. Watson, of course. Are you investigating the death of Samuel Sneed? I just finished with him.
No, we're interested in James Windibank.
Ah, the mummy's latest victim, of course. Who hired Holmes for this one? King Tut?
Oh, that's a jolly good one. Actually, we don't have a client on this one.
Just for fun, eh? Well, about the only thing I can tell you is that mummy has very powerful hands.
What do you mean?
The trachea was crushed along with one of the vertebrae of the neck. Death was instantaneous. Snap.
But the paper's reports say that there were mummy wrappings found round the neck.
Just window dressing. Without question, it was bare hands. The bruises and the way that the vertebrae was crushed leave no doubt about that.
Oh, thank you very much for your time, Sir Jasper. We're very much appreciative.
Not at all, Watson. You will let me know when you've convicted the mummy.
Beg your pardon?
Well, so I can perform an autopsy on him. Would be most fascinating, don't you think?
Well, there's not much to autopsy. You do know that they remove all of the innards from the nose. That's how mummification works. And then they're embalmed. So even if you did an autopsy on the mummy, you'd find nothing. And you call yourself a doctor. Strangulation. I mean, this person is... How do they fit all that out the nose? Well, you see, you don't want to know. Well, a doctor, not a mortician. Well, he's supposed to be the mortician. I mean, he was saying about the autopsy, so he's a doctor and a mortician. So... Anyways, where to go next? Whom to ask questions?
Pettigrew wrote this book over 50 years ago, and there's still nothing better on the subject. Fascinating. Just fascinating. And what can I do for you today, Whitson?
It's Watson, sir.
Watson, yes, of course.
We're interested in what you may have learned about this mummy case.
Oh, so these days it's mummies you're chasing down with that fella Helms.
It's Holmes, sir.
This is what I said now, isn't it, Whitson?
Yes, I believe you did, sir.
Let me show you what I found so far. This is the bit of linen that was found round the neck of James Windibank. I examined it thoroughly, and it is quite old, perhaps thousands of years. However, it is not the murder weapon.
Are you certain of that?
Yeah, we heard it.
The linen is quite old, but it's not at all strong enough to strangle a grown man.
Very interesting, sir.
I also found something quite fascinating. Take a look through this glass. Do you see those short hairs on the fabric?
They look precisely like hairs.
Of course they look like hairs. But what kind of hairs? They're not human hairs. They're dog hairs. Now, look at this. This piece of linen was found round the neck of the victim on board the ship. Well, his name was Leatherby or something. It is also quite old, and on it I found more hairs.
More dog hairs?
No, my dear man, monkey hairs. I've not yet been able to identify the precise species, but it's just extraordinary, isn't it?
Quite. But what do you think it all means?
Well, I'm not the sort who likes to jump to conclusions, Whitson, but I can assure you that neither of these bandages were the murder weapons.
First, Anubis did it in the tomb with a carrot and then monkey face. Perfect timing with those two. Huh. Dog hair and monkey hair. This is getting weird now.
Well, Holmes, it appears we're out of luck. The clerk told me that O'Brien is off on holiday.
I know only a very little about two of the unfortunate gentlemen. I do recall that Turnbull was quite an eccentric chap. I don't believe he ever married, nor did he take his rightful place in London society.
And what of Windybank?
A quiet academic sort, as far as I can tell. Married to a woman called Hildegard. There was one spot of controversy that I can recall. It seems a few years back he had a run-in with the Anti-Vivisectionist League.
No, but of course.
It seems that during a lecture on the advancement of science, he spoke of the autopsy of his own pet, a recently deceased Yorkshire Terrier. Well, I can tell you the Times received a great deal of letters to the editor condemning him on that one. Even one from a Louise Fenwick, who threatened to vivisect him.
Oh, dear. Well, then I surmise it's Weatherby you know nothing about.
Well, now that you mention it, I believe he was assisting Professor Windybank in that lecture series.
I see. Huh. Hey there, terrible hamster. So the dog hair is got to be the Yorkshire Terrier. So he had mummified the dog with the old mummy wrappings. And now somebody took them to use them to cover up their tracks. Well, it's been a while since we've seen you, terrible hamster. How you doing? I mean, you're asking a mercenary how he's doing, but how are you doing?
There was a couple of blokes in here just a fortnight ago what mentioned the Eastern Empress. Never seen 'em before, haven't seen 'em since. One was a swarthy fellow, Arab unless I miss my guess. The other was an old English gent. I overheard 'em say something about a bird and later caught the name of the ship. I hope that helps you. Care for a drink, yeah?
Mr. Turnbull apparently left what little he had to the Egyptology department at London University. And Windybank left everything to his wife Hildegard.
What about Weatherby?
Ditto. Everything was left to his wife Clarissa. Although being such a young chap, it hardly seems that he had much to leave at all.
This feels like it wasn't a murder of opportunity to get something out of it other than What was the name that they mentioned before? Hey, Leonard Cohen. No. Embassies, I don't really... Maybe I should visit the Archaeological Society. No.
Sorry, Holmes. No information here.
I'll need to see that to the end. Fenwick. Maybe that's the name that I was looking for.
I'm sorry, but I don't know anything about the death of old... whatever his name was.
Andrew Weatherby.
Fact is, I only saw the gentleman once, just as we were boarding. And I'll tell you, I resented the first officer's questioning us on the matter, and I resent yours.
The whole voyage was a disaster from beginning to end. Our accommodations were positively abysmal. They wouldn't even let us bring Dickie into our cabin.
Dickie? Her high-strung, distasteful little mutt.
How can you say that, Merrill? You know Dickie is a blue-blooded Yorkshire Terrier. Mumsy will be with you in just a moment, Dickiekins. He's a bit under the weather, you know. That's why we were only able to stay in Egypt for 2 weeks. Dickie was so disappointed. He so wanted to see the Sphinx.
Mr. Holmes is not interested in your incessant whining, Louise.
Oh, now I whine, do I? There was a time you thought I had a lovely speaking voice. It's true, Mr. Holmes. He once adored me.
No doubt. Oh, for the love of God, Louise,
No doubt.
spare us your blubbering.
Quote 15, anybody? That was the most useless conversation we'd had with anybody involved in this case. I good to know that she also has a Yorkshire. There, pompous asses. That's what those two were. Absolutely disgusting. Welcome back, DG and Goblin. Took an hour before I was seen. Wow, busy day. Good to have you back. Exhibition of sewing machines and domestic appliances. Ooh, fascinating. Warner Brothers and Dot. Doot, 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 doot. So we talked at the museum, you talked with the, yeah, no, capital A, yeah. We talked with the university, we talked with the museum, we talked with the Turbo made the expedition, dish. Travis was rejected. There was that Smith guy as well. But did we visit Smith?
Sorry I can't help you, Ducky, but Mr. Smith has been out of the country since the middle of March. He's a good-looking bloke, except for the dirt under his fingernails.
What rubbish!
What rubbish indeed. My score is 321 apparently. I think we might have enough to start accusing of somebody of anything. They're dead, they're dead, they're dead. Who killed and who? I mean, the biggest suspect that I can think of who could have done anything here is Travis, because he's freaking insane. And he had the monkey. There's monkey hair in one of the wrappings, and he has that ancient monkey. And there was also... it was Windybank who tried to mummify his Yorkshire. And those would be from him, that the wrapping. Wonders how many Sherlock Holmes games there are for DOS. About 7. 3 of these. Because there's volume 1, 2, and 3. Then there's the Case of the Serrated Scalpel, Case of the Roasted 2. Then there's an older version of like the Consulting. And maybe another one. So that's 7 at least. And also 221 Baker Street. Or B Baker Street, that Sherlock Holmes board game kind of thing. So 8? 9? About. I mean, I can always check if I go to Exodus. They probably have a lot of them here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It says 11 here. Or it shows 11. Oh yeah, in another bow. I forgot about that one. Crown Riddle of the Crown Jewels. The Vatican cameos. Then there's the Consulting Detective games. So that's 6. Then there's Sherlock, but it's not Sherlock Holmes. That's just the Sherlock game that I have. And there seems to be a text game, a text adventure, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, and then there's the Serrated Scalpel and Roasted 2. So at least 9. Yeah. And then there's 221B Baker Street, so that would be 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then there's also the Hound of Baskerville. That also is a game. Yeah. Hound of the Baskervilles. So there's plenty of Sherlock Holmes games. Let's see if we can start accusing.
Terribly sorry. It seems you need to turn up a clue or so more before the case can be judged. Please do continue.
All right. So what am I missing? Ye old Cheshire cheese. Vegetarian restaurant. That was the only one that I've ever played of Sherlock Holmes games. The Case of the Serrated Scalpel. We were talking about the Sherlock Holmes games while you were away.
Well, Holmes, it appears we're out of luck. The clerk told me that O'Brien is off on holiday.
We were just thinking of what games people have played of Sherlock Holmes. And that's the only one back in the day, I ever played. Because I didn't have a PC until much later. So I missed out on the DOS age a lot. Hey, look at that. There's Minecraft.
It appears that they've just left. There are fresh footsteps retreating from the front door.
But look, Holmes, there are also some coming towards the door.
Terribly observant, Watson. However, the prints you are looking at belong to us.
Oh, man, they made Watson an idiot in this too. Why? Why do they keep doing that? He's not an idiot. Ah, there. Tobias Gregson. You're the one I was looking for. Johnny Bulldog. All right. Do I have enough now?
Terribly sorry. It seems you need to turn up a clue or so more before the case can be judged. Please do continue.
Huh. Have you heard of the Sherlock Holmes versus Dracula? Nope. The newer games are pretty good too, but they're getting a bit weird now, forcing modern characters into an old world. Hey, caffeinated. It's not just voice acting caffeinated. There's also FMV. Let me show you. Irene Adler is here? Yeah, don't trust that lady.
Well, well, if it isn't Mr. Sherlock Holmes, London's most overly praised amateur sleuth, needing the help of the Yard again.
Are you going to stand for that, Holmes?
Let's just see who proceeds to solve this case, Watson. Inspector Lestrade, my good man, I'm looking into the cause of James Windibank's death.
I should have known. That murder has brought out every crank in the city. I think the professional police can wrap this one up.
All the same, could you tell us what you've discovered to date?
One dead archaeologist, no suspect, no motive.
And what of Andrew Weatherby's death? Have you looked into that?
I have talked to Captain Ramsey, but we have no leads. Look, I'm not even sure that Weatherby's murder falls into our jurisdiction. And if it doesn't, you're not going to find me worrying about it. As it is, I have enough murders to take care of.
I wonder what I'm missing. And she put Teddy in charge of the whole investigation. Well, we spoken to Teddy already. And his name is on the list. It's an hour radio play from the 80s, which is free to listen to on YouTube. The voice acting and sound production is just fantastic, definitely worth listening to. And PS the blokes out of the country until March. Caught the missus at home. She says the chap who wrote the newspaper stories about the mummy of yours was one of Indimex's old students. Are you sure that was the right address? The place looked downright deserted. The University of London? Deserted? Yeah, Holmes, passengers were curious, Lord. Teddy found the thief. Mr. Holmes, sending us there was a very waste of time. Are you kidding, Holmes? Those blue bloods wouldn't talk to the likes of us. Didn't have time for this one today, sorry. Merrill Fenwick is president of Bank of England. He was originally employed there by Clarence Clement, the bank's former president. Daughter of Clarence Clement, former president of the Bank of England, currently married to Merrill Fenwick. Am I supposed to somehow scroll the text or move the text? Because I can't. So. Alright. Professor of Egyptology and Science at London University published a paper on the rare antiquities buried in the deserts of Arabia, ardently interested in the advancement of science and has had some difficulty with an anti-vivisectionist league over the past several years. Nothing on file. Nothing on file. Nothing on file. Nothing on a file. Oh, yeah, Saudi Arabia. Witherby? Nothing. Ramsey? Captain of the Eastern Empress. Alright. Nothing on file. Somerset House is located south of the Strand, 17 WC. The Office of Registrar General of Births, Marriages and Deaths, and the Probate Registry are located here. It also houses the Commons Will Office. The records are open to public. And that's where we found about the last wills and testaments. .463 score.
Terribly sorry. It seems you need to turn up a...
What clue am I missing? I've gathered every information that I can get. But Am I missing a person? I thought I wrote down all the names that I can go investigate. I mean, Turnbull was killed. He was the first one in Egypt. Then it was Witherby who was killed on the boat. Then it was Windybank who was killed in the museum and stuffed into the sarcophagus. Oh yeah, I haven't talked to the mummy. Yes, forgot about that. Let me see. There was a person named Mummy, so let's go talk to them. Still a mummy. Yes, that's the one. Got any info on that, Higgins? All the lights were out. The only one around was the cat. The cat! Let's go.
It appears that they've just left.
Darn it. What am I missing? We learned... So we learned about the monkey and the dog. Am I missing something from here? I don't even know what date it is. Where I should look. New sheep. Queen Anne's statue. Loss of Glenmore. Anarchist found dead in rooms. Is the Whitney caught right? Strange event. Sudden gale on the Isle of Man blew off the roof of a stone church yesterday and would have crushed the pastor's house, but was blocked by a tree which had fallen earlier. No injuries. That is truly a weird event. United States. Another body floating in Thames. So what else is new? New Scotland Yard. Man was not born. A raging tale of romance from the pen of a woman. Okay. Gloucester Cathedral. Thames investigation continues. The Muffin Man on Drury Lane? Tavern and a restaurant experience. Alright. Good to know that they have restaurant experience. They're hired. Reuters telegram from Dunkirk says that the British streamer Talisma bound from Leith took the ground on Saturday night in the outer harbour after colliding with the jetty. Dunkirk, huh? Volunteers. Jesuits in the Canada. Another royal betrothal. I don't even know if I'm supposed to find something here in the newspapers. There's so many news to read. I got a feeling it's some specific one that we are needing to find. Best Havana cigars at import prices. Ooh. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Or maybe I need to choose from here like this and then.
Terribly sorry. It seems you need to turn up a clue or so more before the case can be judged. Please do continue.
How many clues do you want me to find? Like, give me a number. Anything. Ugh.
Terribly sorry. It seems you need to turn up a clue or so.
Well, that one that on the lower left takes me back. The other side cannot even touch. Maybe they're used once we have all the clues that we need, so we can provide... I mean, these are the ways of providing the information. $506 points. Did I just get more points by sending them to Windy Bank again? Apparently I did. So there's a way to get more points just by doing the same thing over and over again. So I got 511 points now. What if I send you to Travis? This guy's a loony. That was 5 points, yeah. So the point system is broken. Whenever I use Higgins and his irregulars, I'll just get points, apparently. There were so many people who are not at home. Smith is not home, and that other Arabian was not at home. So there's 2 people who are still missing, in a way. This game is a lot tougher than I expected. Like, how am I supposed to solve this case? I'm sure I've already talked with all the people involved in this. Chairman of the Egyptology Department at London University College. Yeah, he's the one we talked to when we went there. Still add his name there just to be safe. You want us to go nosing around the university? Places like that give us the creeps, they do.
Terribly sorry. It seems...
Discovered a Roman ruin on the family's country estate. No wonder he likes archaeology. Or liked. He did, yo. And I got more points just by looking at the same things over and over again. Do I actually need to go find myself a walkthrough for this? But start this first case over and make sure we don't miss any major details. They're all here. I just need to find them. That's the problem. Maybe it is something to do with the times. I have to go through everything until I find the proper information. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, I don't even know which ones to explore. Because there's no date anywhere that like an important date. Births, marriages, deaths, death. Dr. Sayer's magic elixir. And Dr. Sari's elixir. Musical boxes. Cool. The cholera at Rome. New polar expedition. Parliamentary intelligence, artillery volunteers, burglaries, retraction. He is alive and well. Our apologies. Ireland. Little Egypt makes a hit. Oh, it's some kind of a show at Tivoli. It's called the editor of the Times. There was nothing there in this one. Nothing that really looked important. Better safe than sorry. Safety equipment of all kinds. Tomorrow, look at the moon. Sounds like a lunar eclipse. Lost largest Bernard. Oh, I hope they find the doggy. Breakfast in bed. Chubb locks. Protect your family and treasures from the society burglar. We don't need sporting or entertainment. Society burglar still at large. The human hair, why it falls off or turns gray, and the remedy. What a great sounding book. So Evelyn Baring will proceed to England via Marseille on the 6th. Mr. Portal, diplomatic agency. Well, that mentioned Egypt, but it didn't have anything to do with our expedition. Denmark. Wellington's body bound for German burial. That was that newspaper. Next. Births. We don't care about births. See Bilbo Underhill at Leonard's Terrace. Bilbo Underhill? That has to be a Lord of the Rings reference. Roy Slade, tonight at Hengler's. Lions murdered in Hyde Park. 2 lions, both male, were found shot to death in Hyde Park in the early hours of this morning. What? Neither the constable who discovered the macabre sight nor the inspectors of Scotland Yard admit to any clue as to the perpetrator or motive for this bizarre affair. That is true. He did make that. He did perform this Bilbo Baggins song. Home rule meeting at Kendall. Surely the time has come to grant home rule to Ireland to let the Irish people out from under the heavy paw of the British lion. Maybe that's why the lions were killed? Because of this? Recent excavations in Egypt. Hey! At the London University College on Wednesday afternoon, before an appreciative audience, Dr. Ebenezer Turnbull delivered a lecture which dealt with the history of excavations and the method by which they may most profitably be conducted. Dr. Turnbull and archaeologists James Windibank and Andrew Weatherby are embarking this week on a new Egyptian expedition excavating Khatepet's tomb at the head of the Valley of the Kings near Karnak and Luxor. Saturday's lecture was illustrated by photographs thrown on a screen by the electric light, which showed vividly and distinctly not only the work done at its various stages, but modus operandi, the conditions under which work of this character must be carried on, and the instruments necessary for the purpose, and enable those present to realize that in classical study, as in the sciences, there is an ample field of experiment and discovery open to the individual. Dr. Turnbull prefaced his lecture by an explanation of the real objects of these excavations. In these days, whatever might have given the first stimulus to such efforts, the primary motive was certainly not to find and keep treasure, any more than it was the aim of the astronomer to possess a star. The modern archaeologist was as little to be confounded with the treasure seeker as the mineralogist was with the gold miner. His aim must be to restore to life the monuments of bygone times, to bring vividly before us the various phases of ancient societies, whether civilized and uncivilized. This is a weird text. I get the feeling that Travis wrote this. Archaeologist dead in mummy's tomb, Karnak, March 4th. Professor Ebenezer Turnbull, organizer of the Khatepet tomb expedition, was found dead in the tomb early this morning. The inner chamber was reached early in the year after much difficult labor, and the archaeologists were quite ecstatic over the excellent condition of the sarcophagus, chamber artifacts, and Khatepet mummy itself. The party was in the final weeks of its work in the area when disaster struck. Mr. Turnbull had worked late into the night, remaining in the chamber alone after other members of the party had retired for the night. His body was discovered by Mr. Andrew Weatherby, another of the project archaeologists. Mr. Turnbull had been strangled to death. Ancient linen bandages were found around his neck. Upon hearing of the professor's death, several of the natives working on the excavation called upon Isis and Osiris for protection and for forgiveness for disturbing the sacred tomb. Inscriptions found on the canopic jars and doors indicate that this death may be the mysterious work of an ancient god Tomafentef and his goddess Neith. Yeah, sure. Why not? Aren't those the names of the gods that Travis mentioned? I remember him saying at least Neith. Still think that the Travis is now... My finger, accusing finger, is pointing at you, Travis. Somehow he got onto the ship to get to the excavation as well and then murdered Turnbull. Mummy strikes again. The body of James Windibank was discovered late yesterday in the room he was preparing for the British Museum's exhibit of newly discovered artifacts from the tomb of Khatepet's mummy. The archaeologist was found strangled. Around his neck was linen bandages of the type used by the ancient Egyptians in wrapping mummies. Windibank is the third murder to be associated with the mummy Khatepet in the past 6 weeks. The archaeologist had accompanied the London University-sponsored expedition to Egypt. The project has been cursed with ill luck since the first discovery of the tomb several months ago. Its organizer, Dr. Ebenezer Turnbull, was murdered in the actual tomb itself in early March. Another archaeologist, Andrew Weatherby, met a similar fate on board the ship returning to England just last week. The Jardine ship Eastern Empress was the scene of that mysterious death. The shipboard investigation was handled by Captain Herman Ramsey and his first officer, Luther Tenney. Scotland Yard has declined to name any suspects at this time. Lots of small detail that you know, Mr. Do I now have all the clues so I can actually...
Terribly sorry. It seems you need to turn up a clue or so more before...
Okay. So I'm still missing something. Wait a minute. What was the name of... Jardine ship. Jardine, almost like sardine, but with a J. Jardine. Aha!
Here is a passenger list you requested, sir.
Travis was in the passenger list. He was on the ship. That proves it. He's the killer. Was that the final clue that I needed? Can I now go to the judge?
Hear ye, hear ye. The Queen's Court stands in order. Mr. Holmes, I understand you've been looking into the mummy murders.
Yes, my lord.
Tell me then, who was Ebenezer Turnbull's murderer? I believe we're to choose from either our notebook or the directory, Holmes.
Very good, Watson.
Boink.
And what makes you so certain? What was Travis's motive for killing Turnbull?
Turnbull publicly lambasted Travis for questioning the doctor's credentials. Turnbull refused to honor Travis's press credentials, barring him from the excavation site, thus jeopardizing Travis's job. Travis felt that the tomb of Catapet should be left undisturbed because of their mutual interest in Clarissa Weatherby. No, he got lambasted, right? Turnbull told Travis and took Weatherby instead.
And what of Andrew Weatherby? Who murdered him?
Well, who else but a certain person by the name of Philip Travis?
So, you say Travis killed Turnbull and Weatherby?
Yes, I believe he did, my lord.
And Windybank.
What was his motive to kill Weatherby, Holmes?
Weatherby scoffed at Travis's mystical beliefs. The Times was planning to replace Travis with Weatherby as the new Egyptian correspondent. While they were students, Weatherby's Egyptology dissertation was published while Travis's was rejected. Travis was angry that Weatherby was chosen for the expedition instead of himself. There. Jealousy?
Ah, revenge. The oldest motive in the book.
Indeed.
Now, Holmes, who murdered James Windybank?
It has to be a certain person by the name of Philip Travis.
This Travis seems to be quite a busy fellow. What made him kill James Windybank?
Windybank had failed Travis in one of his classes. Windybank did not choose him for the expedition. Windybank ridiculed Travis's pursuit of ancient mysticism as an experiment in the resurrection of the dead. I just did not get chosen. Yet again.
Excellent job, gentlemen. You have solved the case to my satisfaction.
Woo!
The court stands in recess. Until next time, of course.
And also, Judge, stop smoking a pipe in the courtroom. I hold you in contempt.
My word, dear Holmes. Perhaps we are in the wrong business altogether. If we had been top-notch, we should have cracked this case in less points. I think I'll ring up the university immediately and see if we might enroll in a detective course.
Ah. So the score is, the more score I get, the worse I do. So it's not broken, it's just, hey, get less score, you do better. So yeah, you gotta aim for the lowest score, like in golf. Yeah. So I went 500 points over. Yeah, I think I should go to a, detective correspondence school. This is almost impossible in the real game, too. Holmes solves cases super quick. Yeah, because it's Holmes. And he read the script. Still, it's a fun game. I don't care about the score. This is just fun to play.
Well, Watson, I believe this case is solved. And for your information, it was not the mummy.
Come, Holmes. I never thought for a moment it was the mummy.
Of course not, Watson. However, the murderer and the mummy did have one thing in common.
What's that?
They both were the only ones present at the time of the murders, except, of course, the victims.
You state the obvious, Holmes.
Ah, but it is seeing the obvious that is important. First, I saw no reason to assume that we were dealing with more than one murderer. Secondly, the locations of the murders limited the number of suspects.
Limited them? The first murder was in Egypt, the second on ship in the middle of the sea, and the third in London. You call the entire populations of London and Egypt a limited number of suspects?
No, Watson. We had to find someone who was in Egypt for the first murder, on the ship for the second, and in London for the third.
Oh, but of course.
Yeah.
According to the newspapers, the Eastern Empress was in Bombay at the time of Ebenezer Turnbull's murder, so that eliminated the ship's crew as suspects. Thus, I needed the list of passengers who boarded the ship at Cairo. It was our visit to Jardine, Mason and Company that provided our first critical clue. From it, I learned that Philip Travis was a passenger. I then learned that Travis was the chap who reported on the first murder. He became one suspect, but I had no motive. Clarissa Weatherby, who was also at the scene of the murder in Cairo, was another possible suspect, since she appears to have had a bit of a dalliance with Mr. Uruburu there on the high seas. So I had found her motive for the murder of Weatherby, but not a motive for the murder of the others.
Then whom did you eliminate?
Mrs. Weatherby. Her hands were not strong enough even to open a jar of English toffee, let alone strangle a grown man.
And what of Travis's motive?
It seems that Travis was a student in the Egyptology department at London University and had studied under James Windibank. He wanted very badly to be chosen as a member of the expedition, but Windibank turned him down. Instead, Weatherby was chosen and Travis was furious. So there you have the motive for two of the murders.
And what of his motive for the murder of Turnbull?
Evidently, Travis had written a vicious article questioning Dr. Turnbull's credentials to lead the expedition. Turnbull's response
He's got a nose for crime.
Probably powerful enough to drive an odd duck like Travis to murder.
Very impressive, Holmes.
Elementary, my dear Watson.
Elementary, my dear Watson. Just keep repeating it. Maybe it will become true that he said that. Only once. Only once did he say it in the books. Just like the game's afoot. Only once! But it's like something he keeps repeating, isn't it? Ugh. It's a powerful line. Catchy. Do you wish to save the current game before starting a new one? Sure, yes, of course. Unsolved. One solve, yes. Save.
Society burglar strikes again. Series of burglaries. 6 over the period from June 2nd to June 17th.
On July 2nd, the 7th occurred at the home of Sir Sanford Leeds. Cleopatra tiara stolen, it says. As in the other cases, no sign of extensive search by the thief, and only one piece of jewelry involved. Victims elsewhere at the time. Here's a complete list of the particulars, Holmes, if you'd care to read it.
I believe you'll find him in the study.
How do you do, gentlemen? I am Gerald Locke.
Please be seated, Mr. Locke. How can we be of service?
3 days ago, Guy Clarendon was found murdered at Halliday's.
Ancient
It's
Egypt.
preposterous, but Miss Frances Nolan has been charged and is being detained at the criminal court, Old Bailey.
Frances Nolan. Ah, yes.
Big head mode.
Sister of Loretta Nolan. Only surviving heirs of Sir Malcolm Nolan, founder of the Aberdeen Navigation Company.
I seem to recall that Sir Malcolm and Lady Nolan were killed when some lunatic threw a bomb into their carriage. It seems to me that later I heard something about it being a case of mistaken identity. Wasn't one of their little offspring in the carriage with them at the time?
Yes, it was Loretta, Frances's sister. She was only 4. Miraculously, she was uninjured.
That was a
Mr.
big
Locke.
flower.
I've heard that you are a suitor for Miss Frances Nolan's hand, are you not?
Yes.
And was it not also true that she was being courted by Guy Clarendon?
Unfortunately, yes.
Have you any idea why Frances Nolan was charged with the crime?
Well, she was discovered over the body with a pistol in her hand. That would do it. But you don't understand. Frances is totally incapable of murder, not even of a scoundrel such as Guy Clarendon.
Scoundrel? But he's from such blue blood. Also, if I'm not mistaken, he's an accomplished batsman for the West London Cricketers, a ranked fencer in international competition.
He was also a bit of a bounder, Watson.
What an understatement. Guy Clarendon was excessively fond of cards and strong
Talk
drink.
about a five-head.
His father had all but disinherited him. I tried to tell Frances that Clarendon was no good, but to no avail. And now look at the mess she's in. Will you help?
Most certainly.
The mystified murderers. Murderers. Okay, let's start reading friggin' papers again, I guess. Errol, welcome home. Violet. Great. Good personal message. All right. Let's go to our usual places first. To get all the information I can get.
Well, Watson, will Alice see us now?
Not likely, Holmes. He's on assignment in Istanbul.
I understand that Wilfred Robards is considering taking Miss Nolan's case. He might be able to help you. If you'd like, I can arrange an interview with Frances Nolan. She's being held downstairs, you know.
Moments later.
We might be able to help you, Miss Nolan, if you could just remember what happened that night in Mr. Clarendon's room.
Well, that's just the trouble. I can't remember anything except seeing Guy's body across the room and the pistol in my hand.
Where did you get the pistol?
I've no idea, though the police assure me it's mine. I didn't know Guy was at Halliday's. I've never even been there before. And why would I shoot him anyway? We loved each other.
There, Miss Nolan. Stiff upper lip.
Maybe it was a bullet of love.
Miss Nolan.
You know, shut through the heart.
What was the last thing you remember before the room at Halliday's?
Oh, hot cocoa in bed.
I beg your pardon?
Just drinking
Well,
here.
every night before I retire, my maid, Grace, brings me a cup of hot cocoa.
How nice.
Oh, yes.
And before that?
Well, before that, I dine with Dr. Trevelyan, as I do every Sunday evening. My sister Loretta is under his care. The doctor and I have become good friends over the years. He left at 10 o'clock, as he always does.
May I ask, where did you first meet Guy Clarendon?
At the country estate of Cornelius Oldwine in March. My sister Loretta was attending a party there. I suppose things got a bit out of hand because it seems she dived into a fountain. She caught pneumonia and I had to go and fetch her home. Guy was also at the estate, and that's where we met.
And he immediately began paying court to you?
Oh, heavens, no. Nobody seems to take much notice of me. I suppose that comes from having such a wildly attractive sister. That's why I was so surprised when he called a few weeks later. We began seeing a great deal of each other. We went on long carriage rides, had picnic lunches.
Oh, romantic.
It was all quite lovely. And then on the 5th of June, he declared his love for me and asked for my hand in marriage.
Oh my.
I was so happy. I couldn't have
He will breathe through.
How do you explain your presence at Halliday's?
Well, I can't. It's just like the other 2 times.
You've had memory losses before.
Yes, twice in the past month. The first time I found myself atop a horse in Hyde Park with no recollection of how I got there.
Got a Tex Murphy
The last thing I
situation.
remember was having lunch with my sister Loretta. Then there I was, atop a chestnut mare.
How peculiar.
The funny thing is, I'm terrified of horses.
You mentioned there was a second time.
Yes, a few days later, I met with my solicitor, Hiram Davenport. Then the next thing I know, I'm at the Newgate Street station. I consulted my physician, Dr. Mason, and he was quite as baffled as I was.
One last question, if you will. What is your relationship with Gerald Locke?
Oh, Jerry. He's a dear old friend. Though I'm afraid we had a falling out of late. He said some very unkind words about Guy.
All right. It's going to be a fascinating one.
Well, the Clarendon murders look fairly open and shut, if you ask me. Not your typical murderers, I admit, but there you have it.
Okay. Thanks.
Why even trouble yourself with this one, Holmes?
You believe Francis Nolan to be guilty?
Guilty as a cat would swallow a canary.
And on what do you base that brilliant deduction?
Look, Francis Nolan claims not to have known that Clarendon was residing at Halliday's. Yet she proceeded directly to his room where she shot the bloke. She claims not to have owned a gun. Yet the gun found in her hand was purchased at Esgoff and the receipt had her name on it, for Christ's sake. No, that little lady will never see the light of day again.
Until we prove you wrong, mister.
The Mesmer Braid Institute was founded in 1874 as an asylum for the mentally disturbed. Oh, perhaps she's a bit of a loony.
Quite so.
The institute was named after the 17th century Austrian physician Anton Mesmer, who first discovered a technique whereby he could induce a quiet, trance-like state in patients.
Sounds suspiciously like hypnosis.
Actually, he called it mesmerism. It says that he ascribed certain mystic qualities to his process, and so was largely discredited during his lifetime. In the 1840s, Dr. James Braid, an Englishman, became interested in Mesmer's work, refined the process, and renamed it hypnotism. Right you are, Holmes.
Mm-hmm. Most mesmerizing, I'd say. Welcome to the Plushy family.
Mitä paskaa? 58 kuukautta. Kuka voi laskea niin korkealle? Haluaisin mieluummin vain olla kostea. Kostea miehen liha, kuten Spider, joka on miehekkäin ihmisen liha. Myös kostea.
It's just the beginning got me. Mitä paskaa? What the shit? 58 months? Who can count that high? I'd rather be just moist. Moist man meat. Like Spider, who is the manliest human meat. Also moist. Hey, Opie. Thanks for the resub. You always have the best messages, man. It was just the beginning. What the shit? Mitä paskaa? Oh.
You're quite sure the murder weapon was a small caliber pistol?
Quite. I'd also wager to say he'd been shot at very close range.
Ghastly.
Tell us, Sir Jasper, at what time did you receive the body?
Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
And how much time would you judge to have elapsed from the time of the murder?
Well, it's always difficult to be precise in these matters, but I'd venture to say he'd been dead anywhere from 4 to 10 hours.
Quite a long time. So it either happened right in the middle of the night or early morning. Well, not early morning, during the day. 4 to 10 hours is a big gap. But then again, back in the day, they didn't really have the tools to really count on the rigor mortis and everything on how long ago it was.
I say, excuse me, Dr. Murray.
Hello. What? Oh, my, I must have dozed off.
Love you
it's
too.
Whitson. And what are you doing with yourself this afternoon? Or is it evening already? Have I missed my tea?
It's Watson, sir. We're looking into the Clarendon case, and we were wondering...
Clarendon? Ah, I just finished that report when I dozed off. Let me see. Number 301, I believe. Ah, yes. Here it is. Number 103. Clarendon, Guy. Not much, I'm afraid. A hole in the shirt where a small caliber bullet passed into the body. Extensive blood stains. Powder burns indicating a close-range shot. Ah, here's something interesting. On the lower part of the shirt, I found traces of alcohol. Wine, to be exact. Now, I have a good nose for this sort of thing, and I believe it to be an inferior quality Italian red.
Red wine. Yeah, that's an enemy in Chalk Rock. I just thought of I was thinking of lurk emotes, you know, what kind to make, and I just remembered that enemy. It's perfect for a lurking emote.
Both Loretta Nolan and Guy Clarendon have had several complaints filed against them, although neither of them has ever been arrested. Both have been cited for public drunkenness. Likewise, both have been involved in some unusual pranks, but no one has ever pressed charges.
So they were kind of a mischievous couple. Interesting.
It appears as though Guy and Loretta, the terrible twins, will afflict us no more. Loretta must be desolate, what with the loss of a kindred spirit and fellow prankster.
Prankster?
Well, yes, my good fellow. I'll never forget the time Clarendon poured champagne down the front of Lady Leeds's new Paris gown for the sole purpose of Loretta's amusement.
I would think she must also be distraught at the loss of her lover, not to mention the imprisonment of her sister.
Well, I'm not sure about Loretta's feelings toward her sister, but I do know that Guy and Loretta were not lovers. Though outwardly they made an excellent couple, he, tall, handsome, and from a moneyed family, and she, beautiful, and an heiress in her own right. Yes, it would have been a match made in heaven. But it was a match made in far hotter regions, I suspect.
Francis claims that she and Clarendon were engaged to be married.
Well, that's hard to imagine, him being who he is. Or was, as it were.
Why do you say that?
Well, Guy Clarendon was not at all a desirable sort. He'd all but been disowned by his own father for his compulsive gambling. The utter disregard for other people's money is probably what drew Clarendon and Loretta Nolan together in the first place. After all, she had managed to fritter away almost her entire fortune, unlike her sister Frances, who still had her inheritance, if not her honor, intact.
Oh, that explains it. What are you driving at, Holmes?
From all I've heard of Clarendon, I suspect his interest in Frances was directed toward her sizable bank account.
The thought plickens. He didn't love her. He wanted her money.
sure, I remember Clarendon. He and his lady friend used to stop in here from time to time. Usually on their way to Kilgore's gaming parlor or
Kilgore's.
coming back from it. Rumor has it, Clarendon was into Kilgore for a sizable sum.
Do you happen to know how much?
£7,000 was the figure I heard.
7,000.
Got to the point Kilgore wouldn't allow him in the door. Clarendon made a big fuss till Gus Bullock stepped in. Clarendon backed down pretty quick. Don't blame him none. Nobody in their right mind would want to mess with the likes of Gus.
Do you think Bullock was involved in the murder?
Nothing you could tell me about that bloke could surprise me. Anyways, Kilgore makes it clear to Clarendon that he wants his money. Then, a month or so later, Clarendon comes in all smiles. He and Kilgore getting on like chums. Figure Clarendon must have paid him back. Then, Calvin Leach steps into the picture.
Now, who's Calvin Leach?
Leach deals in what you might call stolen property. Square dealer, too. Give you 1/2 the value of the article.
What does Leach have to do with Clarendon and Kilgore?
Usually nothing at all. But there it is. Leach, Kilgore, and Clarendon meeting late at night just as thick as thieves. The meetings continued on right up to, well, the night before Clarendon's death.
Very interesting.
Indeed.
Now, we've been standing here jawing, and I don't recall hearing anybody order nothing. What'll it be, mate?
Probably a pint of your best beer, thank you very much. Sherlock Holmes was not much of a drinker, but when he did, it was usually just beer. Or a good sherry. Red wine. What's whiskey that he enjoyed? He was more into drugs anyway. Cocaine, opium, all that. Heroin. But he was not much of a drinker. Just more of the other kind.
It seems Sir Malcolm left his entire estate to his wife Margaret. If she should precede him in death...
Or accompany him, as proved to be the case.
Yes. Then the estate was to be equally divided between his 2 daughters, Frances and Loretta. The estate included a 1/3 share in the Aberdeen Navigation Company.
And he also investigated every tobacco in the world. So he could easily identify the ashes of tobaccos to find a killer. Or any culprit. Because if you smoked a specific brand, you would know. I'm thinking what game I want Kilgore to stream for my birthday. What do you say he would have more fun with MDK or with the Dungeon Keeper? Dungeon Keeper. I would say Dungeon Keeper. I mean, you know him and first-person shooters or third-person shooters. Well, yeah, MDK is a shorter game for sure. But do you want him to play just a short game, or do you want him to play a... Well, there he is! Hey, Kilgore, we were just talking about you. What a good time. Very good timing there. But yeah, I'm playing Sherlock Holmes, Consulting Detective. I'll play both. Yay! He'll play both, MDK and the Dungeon Keeper. By the way, Kilgore, if you missed, there is a character called Kilgore in this case that I'm solving right now. Maybe we get to talk with Kilgore. Not the trout kind. Oh, Pest was telling you. Got so many names here. Have to run to the store, but I thought I'd drop in anyway. All right. Was nice of you to drop by. Okay, let's see. Names.
Welcome to the Plushy family.
Yay! Thank you for the gift sub, Pest to Kilgore. Enjoy the emotes. Okay, what I need is Gus Bullock. Let's see. Clarendon guy. Davenport. Hey, Diogenes Club, but that's where Minecraft usually hangs out. What's next? How about H? Halliday's private hotel. Halliday was mentioned. Import. I should actually do this. Mark the ones that I found. Okay, next we have L for Leech. Lock. And there's M for Mason. Dr. Gerald Mason. And the Mesmer. Mason. Mesmer Braid. And N for Nolan. Francis and Loretta. And Old Wine. Oh yeah, K for Kilgore. Claude. And last but not least, Robarts. Those were all the names that I caught during the investigation there. All right, Kilgore. Can't hug them now. They're both unconscious. Kilgore was also the Robert Duvall character in Apocalypse Now. Oh yeah, he was. His name is Kilgore. Yeah, the surfing napalm helicopter pilot dude. The darkness. The darkness? Sounds familiar. Maybe I've seen it some time before. All right, let's get to investigating. Let's start with, well, the first one. Gus.
Who are you and what do you want?
Dr. John Watson, sir. I wondered if you might be kind enough to answer a few questions.
About what?
Guy Clarendon.
That welching little weasel, what about him?
He's been murdered.
I'd say he got what he deserved. And if you don't clear out of here in 2 seconds, so will you.
Oh, quite. Ta-ta.
Quite ta-ta. Toodle pip. Catch you later, alligator. I don't even remember last time I watched the Apocalypse Now. Pip pip. Toodle pip. Toodle ooh. Watched it 4 months ago. I haven't seen Apocalypse Now in years, but about a month ago, I watched somebody breaking down the movie, like a complete essay and review of the movie. You know, all the background stories and the behind the scenes stuff and all that. It's pretty cool. I mean, there were moments about, especially with Robert Duvall's character, like how the scene is supposed to be extended, and I think they added that to the extended version of the movie. And there was supposed to be some other actor who you see for a second in a cut in the helicopter, but he had a bigger role. I can't remember who it was, Robert De Niro or somebody. There was a lot of information. I mean, the whole video of breaking the movie apart was almost an hour long. There's so much information about that movie. All the crazy shit that went. Yep. Coppola's wife filmed a lot of the production. Otherwise, we wouldn't know about all the shit that happened behind the scenes. There's so much stuff that happened. It's crazy. Excuse me. Oh yeah, Martin Sheen's heart attack. Yeah. Marlon Brando all together. And other such craziness. Milo the Mayor, celebrate magnetist at the Princess Hall of Piccadilly, will produce his wonderful experiments of new mesmerism and is prepared to magnetize any lady or gentleman from the audience. Was Milo the Mayor one of the characters here? No. I was speaking about mesmerism, but apparently not a person we can talk to. See you soon, Toodle Peep. Second-hand sporting guns. I hope they took good care of those guns. Society burglar still at large. Society burglar. Why does that sound so familiar? It's a very fascinating game. I do like it. I don't care about the scoring system that the game has going. It's just fun to be a sleuth. So I'm just playing the game like any other adventure game or detective game. By doing my own thing and not caring about points. It's not time-based, it's score-based, so whatever you do adds a score up there. And you have to, the thing is that you have to, if you want to be the best of the best, you have to solve the case with as few steps as possible. No, not a zero adventure. The scoring system is against you. So it's like playing a game of golf. Do as few steps as possible, but still get all the possible clues. So you can accuse the person who did the deed. Apparently this is a board game. And Sherlock Holmes just solves everything like while you're still like Who made this? Infocom. You know, those guys. Hey, Zebra. I wonder why my message didn't go through. That's a good question. Twitch being Twitch. Twitch being Twitch. And all that. Last game he got to 535 when the par was 26. Yep, and I'm already at 114. So. But who cares? I don't. I'm just playing a good game.
This is a difficult thing for a man to say about his only son. But Guy was a wastrel and a ne'er-do-well. Only a short month or so ago, I gave him £5,000 and told him that was the last he'd see of my money. I'd hoped the shock would bring the boy around, make him realize he had to settle down, instead of wasting his life on gambling and gallivanting around with that wild woman.
Which wild woman was that?
Loretta Nolan, of course.
You mentioned gambling, Sir Francis. Have you any idea with whom he gambled or who might have wanted to kill him?
I wish I did. He told us nothing. He only came around when he needed money. And when I told him there'd be no more, we never saw him. Just about broke his mother's heart. There, Gertie. We still have one another.
Moments later.
I've something you ought to know about Master Guy. One morning, rather early, about 4 or 5 weeks ago, I heard a terrible clatter downstairs, so I came down to investigate. It was Master Guy just coming home. He was in a terrible state, all battered and bruised, with a fresh cut on his forehead. I asked him who did it to him, and he wouldn't say. I think he was afraid for his life.
Dun, dun, dun. Or something.
So, sorry to have kept you waiting, gentlemen. I assume you are inquiring about the Nolan girls.
Yes, we are. How long have you been their solicitor, Mr. Davenport?
Actually, in practice, I am serving that function only for Francis. Loretta has not sought a word of my advice since she came of age and was able legally to get her hands on her trust fund. Had Loretta the presence of mind to follow my good counsel, I'm certain she would be in a far better financial situation today.
Do you recall a meeting with Miss Francis last month when she blacked out?
Well, I did have a very odd meeting with both Miss Francis and Miss Loretta several weeks ago.
How so?
Well, I wouldn't say she blacked out as such, but she did leave rather unexpectedly. We were in the middle of our discussion when I was called out of the office. I was gone not more than 20 minutes. When I returned, Miss Frances had a very strange look in her eyes. She mumbled something and promptly left. Miss Loretta laughed that very disturbing laugh of hers and departed as well.
Huh. It sounded like Loretta might have hypnotized Frances. That was her prank on her sister, mesmerizing her, and maybe taking it a bit too far.
Clarendon, poor chap. He arrived on the 29th day of May and was given a front room on the 3rd floor. 2 days later, he asked to be moved to Suite 205.
This is not Max Payne 2.
Did he have any visitors? Only 2 that I'm aware of. One was a most disagreeable fellow. He was rather large, had a thick walrus moustache, and a very prominent scar down his cheek. He arrived on the 1st of June, the very day of Mr. Clarendon's move. He simply came in, sat down in the lobby, and waited. 20 minutes or so later, Mr. Clarendon came down from his room. The big man yanked him aside. I was about to send for a bobby when Mr. Clarendon signed me that all was well.
A bobby?
After a few minutes, they left together. I never saw the man again. His other visitor, who came by quite frequently, was a most striking woman. She was quite fashionably dressed. She had a most distinctive laugh, very full and deep.
Loretta?
I've no idea who she was.
Loretta.
Please, tell us about the morning of July 2nd.
It was about 9 o'clock when a woman entered. She was rather plain-looking, and I wouldn't have noticed her, except for the fact that she came in the front door, looking neither left nor right, and proceeded directly up the staircase. It couldn't have been more than 30 seconds later when I heard a bang, followed by a woman's scream. I dashed upstairs to the 2nd floor. The door to room 205 was open. Inside, I found the body of Mr. Clarendon and the woman who'd just come up. She was lying in a swoon in the center of the room with a pistol in her hand. I revived her with some whiskey. When she came to, she was totally disoriented. She had no idea where she was or what she'd done. When she saw Clarendon's body, she let out a shriek and dropped the pistol. I summoned the police.
Tell me, at what hour are the hotel's front doors locked?
Oh, 10 o'clock, sir. Anyone who arrives after that has to be let in by the night staff. Of course, Mr. Clarendon was never one of those. He was always in his room before 10.
May we see his room? What have we here, Watson? Appears to be a bank statement.
No, in a different studio.
Oh, look here, Holmes. It appears the maid missed a spot in her sweeping.
Good thing she did, Watson. You're staring at evidence.
Blood.
What's this stain here?
Smells like a fine sherry. Looks like someone's been celebrating.
The question is, was it with the body or over it?
Nothing much here. Couple of shirts and 3 pair of shoes.
But what you failed to notice, my dear Watson, is that one of the pairs of shoes is canvas and has been dyed black. Interesting. A sweater and trousers. An ensemble in black.
Not much of a view. All I can see is a brick wall of the building across the alley.
Ivy vines winding up a trellis.
Blood. Anybody else think that Loretta killed him and planted the gun in Frances's hand? I'm certainly thinking of that.
What did you learn of Calvin Leach?
I think Porky Shin will said it all.
Did you ask Leach about Clarendon?
Yes.
What did he say, Watson?
Oh, yes, of course. He said he'd never heard of him.
Huh.
We have just a few more questions for you, Mr. Locke, if you don't mind.
Of course not. Anything to help Francis.
We were wondering if you could shed some light on Miss Frances' relationship with Guy Clarendon.
He was only after her money. I tried to tell Frances as much, but she wouldn't hear of it. We had a bit of a row over it. I've been quite upset about the whole thing.
Upset enough to commit murder?
What an outrageous accusation.
Does any question, Mr. Locke?
Preposterous. Besides, I've been on holiday all week, playing cribbage at the annual tournament up at Leeds.
Sounds positively riveting.
Oh, it was.
Oh, I must say that I really know how to act, and now don't I? Ugh. His acting was mediocre at best. Pop his ass! Everybody's so partial this. Oh, yes. Not as pompous as the couple in the previous case. Woohoo! Those were pompous asses.
Tell us, Dr. Mason, have you determined the cause of Frances Nolan's blackouts?
It's the strangest thing, really. I examined her thoroughly and found nothing physically wrong. She could not recall receiving a bump in the head, nor did she complain of dizziness. All I could suggest that was perhaps she was overtired and prescribed rest. It remains a complete mystery to me.
Mesmerism. Hypnotism. It's 3 cases in the game. This is the second case.
This seemed to be a dead end. No one had any information that could help us solve this case.
Founded in 1874, the Mesmer Breed is an asylum for the mentally disturbed, named after the 17th century Austrian physician Anton Mesmer, who first discovered a technique similar to hypnosis. Sorry, Governor. Wasn't no one around who could tell us a thing. We talked to Francis already.
Enter and be recognized. Oh, you don't wish to play Her Majesty, eh? Very well.
You do not seem particularly disturbed by the recent turn of events, Miss Nolan.
Each of us grieves in his own way, Mr. Holmes.
It must be difficult for you to face the possibility that your own sister may have killed your dearest chum.
Guy was fun to be with. And as for Frances, I love her dearly, but, well, it's funny to think Miss Right and Proper has finally gotten herself into a bit of a jam.
Miss Nolan, may I ask, when was the last time you saw Guy Clarendon?
Let me think. I believe it was the Richmond's party last Thursday. Yes, I'm sure of it. God, we did cut it up a bit there.
And after the party?
We did not go home together, if that's what you're implying. That would have broken Frances's heart. She was head over heels for Guy, you know. She had some foolish notion that he was going to marry her. Not that someone like him ever would. But I do recall her saying, and it might have been the night of his death, that she was going to have a talk with him about their future.
You're lying your ass off.
Poor old Guy. He could be such fun. I'll never forget what a jolly good time we had the night he climbed the fountain at my country estate.
How acrobatic.
You don't know the half of it. It all started with Loretta. It seemed those things always did. Anyway, someone dared her to jump into the fountain. It being March and quite chilly, no one actually thought she would. She did them on better. She jumped straight in and swam to the center, where I have this absolutely dreadful sculpture with a lot of fat water nymphs. It rises some 20 or 30 feet in the air. She climbed it, though. The woman must be part monkey. Then she dove in. After that, it seemed to be the thing to do, so everybody took the plunge. I was the only other one who actually climbed to the top of the fountain, though. By the end of the weekend, half my guests came down with sneezes. Loretta caught pneumonia.
Huh. They really were some rambunctious people now, weren't they?
Have you ever met Miss Frances Nolan?
Only briefly. She wishes me to take her case.
And have you decided?
Actually, I'm quite up to my ears in several other pressing cases already.
Oh, anything I might have heard of?
Oh, probably. Cornelius Oldwine is suing the sculptor who absolutely butchered his statue of Aphrodite.
Oh, how terribly unnerving. You know, I once commissioned a painting of Aphrodite.
Now, Watson, I think we'd best be going.
Well, that was a lot of good information from that person. Oh, wait. Ah, those are the 2 pages. All right. Kilgore. Your time now.
Any luck?
Yes and no.
I beg your pardon?
Yes, Kilgore has met Clarendon once or twice, but no, he insists he's never heard of Calvin Leach.
And you believed him?
I wouldn't. Kilgore served 3 years at Pentonville Prison for illegal gambling and was cellmates with James Ryder's friend Maudsley. Okay. Whoever that is. Sir Francis Clarendon jointly owned several diamond mines in South Africa with Hiram Death until Death's death in 1881. He recently bought out all of his former partner shares from the widow Bessie Death. He and his wife Gertrude have one son, Guy. Not anymore. He dead, yo. The son of Sir Francis Clarendon. Good for you. Let's see. Gus Bloodthirsty Bullock has served 3 separate terms for murder. He has a permanently reserved cell at Parkhurst Prison. I see. Not the nicest of people, I'd say. Quite an overworked fellow, specializes in setting up and administering estates. Never quite made the cut to barrister. Halliday's private hotel located on Little George Street, site of the murder of Joseph Stangerton. Who's Stangerton? Was that supposed to be the original name of our actual dead guy? Just forgot to change the name. Calvin Leach was implicated in a number of jewelry thefts, but he's never been convicted. Ah, I got a feeling that Calvin Leach might be the burglar that we read about. Or maybe all 3 of them were. Otherwise, I mean, how could... I need to read that newspaper again that I stumbled upon. Locke Gerald, a clerk at Finsterwald's florist and the suitor for the hand of Francis Newton. Huh? I thought she was... okay. Nothing on file. Younger sister of Loretta Nolan. See Loretta Nolan. Frances and Loretta Nolan are the only surviving heirs of Sir Malcolm Nolan, founder of the Aberdeen Navigation Company. On November 8th, 1868, their parents, Sir Malcolm and Lady Nolan, were killed when an avowed anarchist, Zagreb Jablinski, hurled a bomb into their carriage. Yikes. Okay, how do I switch the page? I mean, it doesn't have, like, with the others that I can just change the page. And the cursors don't work. enter the mouse button. Nothing works. Nothing works. Okay. Born into a class of idle aristocrats, Cornelius inherited a huge sum at the passing of his mother, Dame Crabtree, daughter of the late Lord Crabtree. A noted London barrister, he tends to win more of his cases through courtroom theatrics rather than hard presentation of the facts. So he is like Edgeworth. You're correct. 8 page up and down. Yeah. He mistakenly thought the carriage was transporting the Duke of York. Miraculously, Loretta Nolan, age 4, was uninjured. Loretta was with the parents. Okay. Now, which one was it that I read? Was it July 4th? I think it was. Society burglar. The victim of the latest theft, Lady Leeds, has become so overwrought by the invasion of her bedroom by this unknown man and by the loss of her prized diamond tiara that she had been hospitalized at the suggestion of her physician. Although any impetus attached to the increasing problem of crime should be welcomed, it is unfortunate that the impetus comes more strongly when the class of victims is expanded. There was something else about this. The jewels of Duchess of Oldenburg were stolen from residence Schloss late yesterday afternoon. Sentries guarding the jewels left their post when smoke began billowing from a small room adjacent to that in which the treasure was kept. The fire apparently had been caused by a smoke bomb used by the thief. The police admit to a few other clues, but have closed the borders as a first precautionary step. They have also detained several internationally suspected criminals, including Helmut Schnitzler and Thomas O'Neill, but no evidence to hold them. There was something else. Society burglar take climbs to 14,000. That elusive and so far successful burglar, commonly known as the society burglar, has gotten away with jewels valued at 14,000 by the 7 victims to date. Speculation continues as to identify of the burglar, who seems to be acquainted with the various and sometimes ingenious hiding places of its victims' jewels. The other striking aspect of the modus operandi are the taking of only one select piece each time and the occurrence of all thefts when the victims are not at home. We have provided for the interest of our readers a list of the various jewels stolen and their values. A diamond stick pin, 500. Emerald bracelet, 1,500. Diamond bracelet, 2,000. Ruby earrings, 1,000. Diamond necklace, 3,000. Diamond pendant, 1,000. Diamond tiara, 5,000. R. Baker, Hardinge, Richmond, B. Lewin, Dearth, Jude, and Leeds. Dearth. Who was the one that had the name of Dearth? Was it Guy? No, not Guy. No. Ooh, what? Yeah. Death. Huh. Bessie Doff. Death.
My husband, God rest his soul, gave me that necklace for our 50th wedding anniversary. And woe betide the blighter that took it, I say.
I can certainly understand your consternation, madam. May I assume that you were out the evening it was taken?
Oh, yes, the house was completely empty. Sybil, my housekeeper, and I were attending the masked charity ball at St. Mary's for the benefit of unwed mothers. It wouldn't surprise me if that scoundrel was responsible in that direction as well. Society burglar, indeed. He's of the lower classes, mark my words.
Do you keep your jewels locked up?
Oh, I keep them in a very secret place. A box made to look like a copy of Great Expectations on the bookshelf amidst the other books. Hiram, my late husband, thought of that. But the thief went right to it.
Huh. So he thinks that the guy was the society thief.
It's all quite upsetting, you know. The pendant belonged to my great-great-grandmother, and I was hoping to pass it on to my daughter. And now it's gone.
There, Mrs. Judd, you mustn't worry. With Holmes and I on the case, we're sure to recover your pendant. By the way, where did you keep it when you weren't wearing it?
In the toe of my old black button-ups. And I don't recall ever having mentioned that to anyone. Or at least I don't think I did.
I get a feeling that the people were mesmerized, to tell the truth. More names. So we got the baker.
Well, it was an unfortunate event, but to tell you the truth, to me it was a mere bauble, a trinket. I had it replaced for my wife the very next day.
And nothing else was stolen?
Not a thing, and it appeared there'd been no search.
My wife and I were guests at a small dinner party at the home of Otis Richmond. We arrived home sometime after midnight. And as my wife was putting away her finery, she noticed the bracelet was missing from her jewelry box, and we summoned the police immediately.
The servants were questioned?
Oh, they've all been with us for a number of years, and I haven't the slightest suspicion about them. But yes, the police did question them thoroughly. All were in bed asleep by the time we arrived home, and none heard anything untoward.
And nothing else was taken?
Surprisingly not.
Yet you are positive that the bracelet has not simply been misplaced?
No, my wife actually put it on while she was preparing for the evening, and then she decided against it. I saw her put it back in the box.
Where does she keep the box?
In her dressing table, there's a special compartment in the side of it. The box fits in rather neatly.
Huh. I'm getting an idea what's going on with this.
At first, I thought it must have been one of the servants.
After all, there was no sign of a search, and nothing else was disturbed.
Did you question them?
Thoroughly, but none of them would admit a thing. It really wasn't until Hardinge and Bessie Durth were robbed, and the newspapers referred to us as victims of the society burglar, that I was certain it wasn't any of my staff. By the way, can you recommend a good housekeeper and valet?
I guess you kicked them out. So Sanford leads.
The tiara was a terribly valuable piece of jewelry. And
Nice
it meant
wig.
so much to my wife. She has been under a doctor's care since the theft. In fact, just yesterday she took a room at the hospital.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is she prone to bouts of nervousness?
Perhaps lately it seems so. She was absolutely undone when young Clarendon poured champagne down the borders of her gown at Richmond's party. Come to think of it, that was the last time she wore her tiara. She was so proud of it. And several of the ladies at that party admired it openly.
Where did Lady Leeds keep the tiara when she wasn't wearing it?
In the bottom drawer of her bureau, where she kept some of her more frilly undergarments.
Were there any signs of a search? Drawers left open, that sort of thing?
No, and that's what strikes me as so peculiar. It's as if the burglar knew right where to look.
And also, is that hair or a motorcycle helmet? Like, dude, that is the worst wig we've seen so far.
We were at a reception at Buckingham Palace for the new head of the China delegation. Upon arriving home, my wife discovered that her favorite ruby earrings were missing. We noticed nothing else out of place. No sign of a search, that is. And none of the servants had heard anything suspicious.
All right. Like I said, I think I've got an idea of what might be going around here. I just need to find that one news article that I saw around here. There was something about locks somewhere. I've been thinking about streaming regularly on Twitch, but exclusively classic Macintosh games, because I don't see anyone really doing that. What do you think? Go for it! I mean, I don't see people streaming Macintosh games at all. So that would be a whole different niche. I mean, I totally approve as well. It would be interesting to see Macintosh games. The only game on a real Macintosh that I played when I was a teenager, a friend had a Macintosh. And the only game that I played on it was Wing Commander Prophecy. I think it was Prophecy. 1984, 1999 Macintosh. Go for it. Still, go for it. Oldenburg jewels stolen. Yeah. Right about that too, but it's not what I was looking for. Births, marriages, deaths.
Well, there was no one in the entire establishment that could...
Why even trouble yourself with this one, Holmes?
You believe Francis Nolan to be guilty?
Guilty as a cat would swallow a canary.
Oops.
Society burglar strike.
Yeah, society burglar.
Well, there was no one in the entire...
Banks are usually connected to rich people, so...
Mr. Clarendon appears to be a frequent depositor.
Yes, but it looks as if he's afraid the money will burn a hole in his bank book if he leaves it in too long.
Those were very specific looking numbers.
Mr. Clarendon appears to be a frequent depositor.
Yes, but it looks as if he's afraid the money will burn a hole in his bank book if he leaves it in too long.
Those are the amounts of all the jewels. He was the thief. That proves it. He was killed because somebody found out that he's the society thief. All right. Now we're getting somewhere. But we're still missing a lot of information, I'm sure. I'm gonna save the game. Who thief?
Society burglar strikes again. Series of burglaries.
It's preposterous, but Miss Frances Nolan has been charged and is being detained at the criminal court, Old Bailey.
Frances Nolan? Ah, yes. Sister of Loretta Nolan. Only surviving heirs of Sir Malcolm Nolan, founder of the Aberdeen Navigation Company.
I seem to recall that Sir Malcolm and Lady Nolan were killed when some lunatic threw a bomb into their carriage. It seems to me that later I heard something about it being a case of mistaken identity. Wasn't one of their little offspring in the carriage with them at the time?
Yes, it was Loretta, Frances's sister. She was only 4. Miraculously, she was uninjured.
Mr. Locke, I've heard that you are a suitor for Miss Frances Nolan's hand, are you not?
Yes.
And was it not also true that she was being courted by Guy Clarendon?
Unfortunately, yes.
Have you any idea why Frances Nolan was charged with the crime?
Well, she was discovered over the body with a pistol in her hand. That would do it. But you don't understand. Frances is totally incapable of murder, not even of a scoundrel such as Guy Clarendon.
Scoundrel? But he's from such blue blood. Also, if I'm not mistaken, he's an accomplished batsman for the West London Cricketers, a ranked fencer in international competition.
He was also a bit of a bounder, Watson.
What an understatement. Guy Clarendon was excessively fond of cards and strong drink. His father had all but disinherited him. I tried to tell Frances that Clarendon was no good, but to no avail. And now look at the mess she's in. Will you help?
I was just listening to that again if there was any information that I might have missed. I'm gonna go talk to Frances again.
Tell us, who was at home on the evening of the 1st?
Well, just Miss Frances, sir. Oh, yes, of course, and Dr. Trevelyan.
What time did the doctor take his leave?
Oh, let me think. It must have been 10 o'clock, because that's what time he always leaves.
What did Miss Frances do after her guest left?
What she does every evening, sir. Well, she
Trying to
asked for a
take
cup
over the
of hot
world?
cocoa, which I brought her straight away.
Cocoa.
Then she read for a bit by the fire. Later, when I went up to bed, I passed her room and the light went out.
What time would that have been?
Oh, let me see. Oh, I know it was 11:30 because
I haven't
it was
decided,
time.
pest.
Then I went to sleep. Later, I was awakened in the middle of the night, right in the midst of the most peculiar dream. You see, I was barefoot and trying to buy a pair of shoes,
As fascinating as all this is, could we get back to what it was that awakened you?
Oh, yes, of course. Well, it was something that I heard, or thought I heard. I listened for a bit, but that was the end of it, so I went to sleep again. Later, I awoke at 7:30. I always wake up at 7:30, except, of course, on Sundays when I sleep until 8. As usual, I began to prepare Miss Frances's breakfast. I had no sooner gotten to the kitchen when I heard the front door open and close. Well, I ran to the front window and peeked out, and there was Miss Frances walking down the street.
And why do you deem that so unusual?
Well, she never leaves before she's eaten one of my currant buns.
Ah, never leaves. I see. Okay, we got a new name. Trevelyan.
Doctor, we understand that you dined with Frances Nolan on the evening of July 1st.
Yes, that is correct. We dine every Sunday. Her sister Loretta has been under my care for some 10 years. First at the Mesmer Braid Institute and then in private practice.
Without breaching physician-patient protocol, would you mind telling us the nature of her illness?
She never quite recovered from the overwhelming trauma of watching her parents being blown to bits.
I quite understand.
As is often the case with young orphans, they tend to create fantasies about their parents. Miss Loretta Nolan truly believes that her father was the King of England, making her a princess.
Do you think her unconventional behavior stems from that fantasy?
Absolutely. As a princess, she believes she can do no wrong. I must say that she's worlds apart from her sister Frances.
Do you know Frances Nolan well?
Yes, rather. Through my treatment of her sister, I've known her for years. Let me say that it is difficult to believe that Miss Frances is capable of murder. She has a quiet, unassuming personality. An act of such direct confrontation would not be at all in keeping with her character.
Were Loretta and Frances close?
I know without a doubt that Miss Frances loves and cares for her sister almost as a parent would a child. Miss Loretta, well, she loves her sister as much as she is capable of love.
Which is probably none, because she didn't seem very distraught that her sister is accused of murder. Still got a feeling that Loretta is the one who killed the guy and is framing Frances. I mean, if she was has been taken care of by this doctor for the past 10 years, and it started at the Mesmer Braid Institute, she might have picked up on some hypnosis methods that she used on her sister. But I wonder what I'm still missing. Goths. I've talked with everybody, as far as I know. I think the only thing I could do is this. No time to dig into this one. Yorkshire Pudding Shop. Sounds nice. Voodoo Villa. Hey, look, Urburu is still there. Ursula's. There's Bilbo Underhill. There doesn't appear to be anyone in just now. Too bad. Nice game, but I don't like the interface that much. Maybe the later games develop on that. I like the interface of this. It's nothing fancy, but it works. If only Goblin or Lisa were here, and because they're from Yorkshire, they would answer you immediately. His clerk says he might be too busy to take the case. Raven and Rat. Pall Mall Club. He knows how to entertain, told us about a wild party where Loretta Nolan had to be caught at home by her sister Frances. The maid told us you could find Miss Frances locked up at the Old Bailey. And all told us there was no way the guards would let us name Frances Nolan. Don't know if it amounts to much, but we'd wager this time is a bit off her rocker. Have you heard the way she laughs? You wouldn't doubt it. Oh, we've heard her. Yeah, she is, This bloke's a sewer rat of the first order. Fences stolen goods and somehow gets away with it. Claims he's never heard of Clarendon, but we don't buy it. No one's home when we went there. But you'll have better luck. But we have the bulldog on the yard. We didn't think we ought to disturb him. There was so much boo-hooing coming from behind his door. Gecko lives high off the auger from the quid he rakes in from his seedy business establishment. You need a password to get in there. So what's the password? Not gonna tell me? This old dame kept the pendant that was swiped in the toe of a black shoe. No, Ken sent me. Wrong neighborhood to send us into, Holmes. Sorry. No, back shoot us off front steps. Threatened us with a cane, she did. Davenport? Were we supposed to talk to Davenport? Sorry. The butler told us the old man's son only came around when he needed money. Also said a scar-faced ruffian was hanging about. I wonder who the scar-faced ruffian is. And the only one that even resembles that was probably Leeds or Bullock. For a shilling, this go kill his own mother. Can't swear you off to Clarendon, says he was roughing up someone else at the time.
Who are you and what do you want?
Dr. John Watson, sir. I wondered if you might be kind enough to answer a few questions.
About what?
Guy Clarendon.
That welching little weasel, what about him?
He's been murdered.
I'd say he got what he deserved. And if you don't clear out of here in 2 seconds, so will you.
Oh, quite. Ta-ta.
He's got that scar on his face. That's who that we're talking about. I am stuck. So guy stole the jewels. Calvin sold them onwards, and Kilgore provided them a place where they could do their business. I think that's the connection between all of them.
They had absolutely no information pertaining to this case.
I thought not, Watson. It appears that we've wasted our time.
The flower shop in the West Central District where Gerald Locke serves as a clerk. H.C. Hardinge is the distributor of excellent Harris tweeds in the London area. He moved back here in 1886 after residing for several years on the Hebrides island of Lewis with Harris. Lewis with Harris. Great name. I'm not even sure what I'm looking for here. I'm just going through the names again. Maybe there was something that I missed. We're missing information, I'm sure.
Terribly sorry.
Yep, terribly sorry. I am sorry too that I wasted your time, Your Honor. Self-made millionaire, his entire fortune comes from his railroad company holdings. He's retired, and these days he spends most of his time playing cribbage and giving lavish parties. Yeah, it was his party where everybody met, and they probably took their targets from what the video was and any experience as man service. That's a good one. Other than that, we couldn't get a thing out of him. Warner Brothers and Dot. Nothing on file. on Baker. Baker said the stolen gem was just a trinket, went out and bought a new one for her the next day. And that's what he told us as well. A well-respected financial institution located in Charing Cross. Watson keeps all of the notes of my cases in a dispatch box in their vault. What am I missing? Bradford Lewin was educated at Oxford University and now advises the Queen on foreign affairs. Damn. Can we get near the place? The butler turned us away from the door. Not a big surprise. Sir Sanford Leeds is an avid croquet player. He is married to the daughter of the Duke of York. No one was there when we went there. Maybe you'll have a better luck, but we have to bulldog on the order. Fuck. I'm sure I saw something somewhere, but I can't remember what it was. Some information about somebody somewhere that was important. Quite an overworked fellow, specializing in setting up and administering estates, never quite made the cut for Bannister. Bessie Dirth was the wife of the late Hiram Dirth, who made his fortune harvesting diamonds from the mines of South Africa. Dirth was in partnership with Sir Francis Clarendon. A reseller of gems frequented by some notorious types. Mr. DeVries makes it a habit of not inquiring as to the origins of the stones he buys. Sorry, Governor. Wasn't new and around who could tell us a thing.
They had absolutely no information pertaining to this case.
I thought not, Watson. It appears that we've wasted our time.
Shit. This is tough. Because I'm just going around in circles now.
Well, he certainly was a chatty fellow, but I got the distinct feeling that he had no idea why I came.
That is a London stockbroker. Good to know. Figgity, figgity, frickety, frick, piss. It's almost at this point I'm just gonna have to roll the die. Just go everywhere again and hope to find an answer. I mean, I could be remembering wrong that in my mind, it's like I read something about someone. A noted London barrister, he tends to win more of his cases with the theatrics. What am I missing?
Terribly sorry. It seems...
Like, seriously, what are we missing? I don't care. I think my points are like over the 1,000 already. Yeah, 600. Yeah. Doing great. An hour, not half an hour. Yep. And an hour later, I have barely moved in the game. Still the same case, and I have no clue what I've missed. I'm missing information because I can't go to the judge. I mean, I can go to the judge, but the judge says that, nope, not enough info. 50 minutes was in a lineup at the ATM. Trade notices, job locks, protect your family and treasures from the society burglar and others of that ilk with our famous job locks. Job locks? Can I actually look up job logs? Nope. Is there somewhere where I can actually... Located at 2 St. James SW, this posh and private club is the gathering place of society's most skilled backstabbers. Always the place to find Langdale Pike. What the heck is Langdale Pike? Pike is a columnist and contributor to a number of London papers. He is an excellent source for gossip about the London scene. The Langdale Pikes are also a pair of scenic hills in Westmoreland, so I suspect that Mr. Pike's name is a pseudonym. Oh yeah, he's one of the people that we can ask questions of. Yep, there he is. Why does one person do all the banking for her entire family at an ATM? And some people are just used to that kind of, thing. So interesting that there's just Goffs there. It's an interesting name, just Goff. I mean, it doesn't even have the comma. Just sticks out from everything else. Killico. I was polite though, and very friendly, like a good Canadian. Didn't let on that I wanted to strangle her. Well, I'm glad you didn't.
Any luck?
Yes and no.
I beg your pardon?
Yes, Kilgore has met Clarendon once or twice, but no, he insists he's never heard of Calvin Leach.
And you believed him?
Were you in a hurry? Were the stores closing soon? I highly doubt it because it's like afternoon for Kilgore right now. It's just that you have to wait 15 minutes in a line at an ATM of all things. Yeah, you know, you're not in a hurry. You just get really annoyed. I would have.
I understand that Wilfred Robards is considering taking Miss Nolan's case. He might be able to help you. If you'd like, I can arrange an interview with Frances Nolan. She's being held downstairs, you know.
Oh, yeah. She's held downstairs.
We might be able to help you, Miss Nolan, if you could just remember what happened that night in Mr. Clarendon's room.
Well, that's just the trouble. I can't remember anything else, and the reason I didn't have before. We loved each other. Oh, hot cocoa in bed.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, well, every night before, as I do every Sunday evening, my sister...
And before that?
Well, before that, I dined with Dr. Trevelyan, as I do every Sunday evening. My sister Loretta is under his care. The doctor and I have become good friends over the years. He left at 10 o'clock, as he always does.
May I ask, where did you first meet Guy Clarendon?
At the country estate of Cornelius Oldwine in March. My sister Loretta was attending a party there. I suppose things got a bit out of hand because it seems she dived into a fountain. She caught pneumonia and I had to go and fetch her home. Guy was also at the estate, and that's where we met.
And he immediately began paying court to you?
Oh, heavens, no. Nobody seems to take much notice of me. I suppose that comes from having such a wildly attractive sister. That's why I was so surprised when he called a few weeks later. We began seeing a great deal of each other. We went on long carriage rides, had picnic lunches. It was all quite lovely. And then on the 5th of June, he declared his love for me and asked for my hand in marriage. I was so happy. I couldn't have killed him.
How do you explain your presence at Halliday's?
Well, I can't. It's just like the other 2 times.
You've had memory losses before, but we...
Yes, twice in the past month. The first time I found myself atop a horse in Hyde Park, with no recollection of how I got there. The last thing I remember was having lunch with my sister Loretta. Then there I was, atop a chestnut mare.
How peculiar.
The funny thing is, I'm terrified of horses.
You mentioned there was a second time.
Yes, a few days later, I met with my solicitor, Hiram Davenport. Then the next thing I know, I'm at the Newgate Street station. I consulted my physician, Dr. Mason, and he was quite as baffled as I was.
One last question, if you will. What is your relationship with Gerald Locke?
Oh, Jerry. He's a dear old friend.
though I'm afraid we had a falling out of late. He said some very unkind words about Guy.
That's because he was jealous, but I don't think he used to kill her. Me thinks I'm kind of starting to get a connection here with everything. It's not Loretta who's behind this. For some reason, it's Dr. Trevelyan. He worked at the Mesmer Braid Institute while taking care of Loretta. But he also, like she said, they have a cup of hot cocoa together before he leaves. So at that time, he would have had some... I mean, that would be the time when he could do some hypnosis on her. But I can't think of a motive why he would do that. Still, mostly my finger is being pointing at Loretta. She's the, currently, she's #1 suspect. Clearly one of the best medical men in London. Before he became London's greatest medical examiner, he was a superb general practitioner. Not practitioner, practitioner. I will always be grateful to Watson for summoning Dr. Meek to my side when I lay ill. Sherlock, are you ill right now? You're making so many mistakes here.
You're quite sure the murder weapon was a small caliber pistol?
Quite. I'd also wager to say he'd been shot at very close range.
Ghastly.
Tell us, Sir Jasper, at what time did you receive the body?
Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
And how much time would you judge to have elapsed from the time of the murder?
Well, it's all...
Yeah, 4 to 10 hours. That I remember.
It seems Sir Malcolm left his entire estate to his wife, Margaret. If she should precede him in death...
Or accompany him, as proved to be the case.
Yes. Then the estate was to be equally divided between his 2 daughters, Frances and Loretta. The estate included a 1/3 share in the Aberdeen Navigation Company.
Aberdeen Navigation Company? Navigation. So... shipping. Yoink. Finally got something new. Maybe this will help me out a little bit?
Their father, Sir Malcolm, left them each a 1/6 share. Several years ago, as soon as she came of age, Miss Loretta divested herself of her stock.
Huh. There's the motive, yet again. Money. She wanted her sister's share, because apparently she already wasted her share of the company. So getting Frances out of the way, she will get everything to herself, and she can continue with her very lavish life of pranking and partying and all that shit. Still.
Terribly sorry.
What am I Missing. I thought I had been listening closely to what everybody is saying, but still I'm missing something.
This is a difficult thing for a man to say about his only son. But Guy was a wastrel and a ne'er-do-well. Only a short month or so ago, I gave him £5,000 and told him that was the last he'd see of my money. I'd hoped the shock would bring the boy around, make him realize he had to settle down, instead of wasting his life on gambling and gallivanting around with that wild woman.
Which wild woman was that?
Loretta Nolan, of course.
You mentioned gambling, Sir Francis. Have you any idea with whom he gambled or who might have wanted to kill him?
I wish I did. He told us nothing. He only came around when he needed money. And when I told him there'd be no more, we never saw him. Just about broke his mother's heart. There, Gertie. We still have one another.
Apparently she's not looking forward to that either.
I've something you ought to know about Master Guy. One morning, rather early, about 4 or 5 weeks ago, I heard a terrible clatter downstairs, so I came down to investigate. It was Master Guy just coming home. He was in a terrible state, all battered and bruised, with a fresh cut on his forehead. I asked him who did it to him, and he wouldn't say. I think he was afraid for his life.
Somebody beat him up. Too bad we don't know who. That got me nowhere. Save the game, who thief?